Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to you all to this meeting of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Environmental Affairs and Development Planning of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Today is Thursday, the 20th of October. It has just gone 8 o'clock, and we are here today to deliberate on the annual reports of the Department of Agriculture, as well as its entity, CASIDRA, for the period of 1st of April 2021 to the 31st of March 2022. As I've said, a warm welcome and a particular welcome to my colleagues, and then also the accounting officer and the principal of the department. We will give you an opportunity just to introduce yourselves just now. But first, my name is Andrikus van der Westhuizen. I'm privileged to be chairing this committee and then also the session. And I would like to give my colleagues an opportunity just also to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek America, and I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. My name is Sean August. I'm a member of the Standing Committee.
Morning, Chair. Morning, MEC. Good morning to everyone present. My name is Pet Maran. I am a member of this committee. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Kayla Murray, and I'm a member of this committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I believe, thanks to technology, we are also being joined by a valued member of this committee, Honourable Marais. If you would like to introduce yourself now.
Good morning, Chairman and honourable members and members of the public. I am Peter Marais. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Minister Meyer, perhaps if we could start with you and then on to the officials.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members of the committee. My name is Ivan Meyer, Minister of Agriculture.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Mukhale Sebopetsa, Head of Agriculture.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. Floris Huishammer, CFO.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Carol Jacobs, the Deputy Director General for Agricultural Development and Support Services.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Dr. Ilse Troutman. I'm the Deputy Director General for Agricultural Research and Regulatory Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. My name is Bongiso Matoti. I'm the Head of the Agricultural Economic Services within the department. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. I'm Asia Peterson, and I'm the Aid for Sustainable Resource Use and Management.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and members. It's Hayley Rodkin. I'm the Chief Director for Agricultural Education and also the Principal of Altenburg College.
Morning, honourable members. I'm experienced Matsidiso, PR and Communications of CASIDRA.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Loni Seconds, and I'm the Human Capital Manager at CASIDRA.
Good morning, Chair and members. David Neff, Chief Program Officer at CASIDRA.
Good morning, Chair. I'm Freek van Zyl, CFO CASIDRA.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Keith du Plessis, Chief Executive Officer at CASIDRA.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Thando Motlana, and I'm the Director at CASIDRA.
Good morning, Chair, members. Johan Kirsten, Chair of the Board of CASIDRA.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Kininda from Veterinary Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Jerry Aris, responsible for Extension and Advisory Services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the members. My name is Hlami Ngwenya. I'm the Chief Director for the Agriculture Producer Support and Development Program.
Good morning, Chair and members. Dirk Trotsky, responsible for business planning and strategy in the department.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Gertrude Jacobs, responsible for rural development.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Chris de Brouwer. I'm the Acting Chief Director for Research and Technology Development Services.
Good morning, Chair and members. I'm Daniel Johnson, and I am the Media Liaison Officer in the Ministry of Agriculture.
Good morning, Chair and members. My name is Marieke van Jaarsveld. I'm the Head of Ministry of Agriculture.
Good, thank you very much. And then I'm ably being assisted here by our procedural officer, Ms. Niekerk. Thank you very much also for your work in bringing us all together here today. Thank you, and a warm welcome also to members of the public who may have joined us, be it online or in the House. A warm welcome to you. And with that, Minister, I would like to give you an opportunity for some opening remarks regarding the year in question. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members of the committee. We are happy to present the annual report for 2021-2022 financial year, vote 11 to the Standing Committee. Chair, we also welcome the chairperson of CACIDRA and the CEO and the newly appointed CEO, as well as the CFO and some staff members of CACIDRA. They are very much part of the work and the scope of this department, and I want to thank them also for the work that they have done under review. I have attended all the statutory required meetings with the board as the sole shareholder of CACIDRA, and there is a good functional working relationship between CACIDRA, the state-owned company, and the Department of Agriculture. Chair, this was obviously, as you know, a very difficult year coming out of COVID, and we are very happy to report on the developments that has taken place under this year under review.
Good, thank you, Minister. And honourable members, officials, I take it that we can accept that you've read these reports. And with that, I would like to give over to the HOD, Dr. Sebopetsa, just for some remarks or some comments from your side as well that you believe you would like to highlight. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Minister indicated it was a very difficult year, but equally exciting in the sense that we have seen growth in the sector, I think in the second year of COVID. But I think we're tested beyond the limit in terms of having to think around innovative ways, to continue to provide services to our citizens. I'm excited sitting here today that in that difficult year, we were able to reach over 90% of our targets. And for that, I'm very happy and grateful to the support that my team continue to lend to ensure that we improve lives in the Western Cape. Otherwise, we are ready to respond to all the questions that the committee members may have. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebopetsa. If I can then hand over to my colleagues for questions, if I may ask that the responses to the questions be kept to the point, if possible. And with that, honourable colleagues, if you could give me an indication of any of you that would like to ask questions, I first to put to you Chapter A of the annual report. We will be dealing obviously with Chapter A, B, and D this morning, and then this afternoon the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, under the chairmanship of the Honourable Mvimbi, will be interrogating chapters C and E of the annual report. If I could get an indication, honourable members, of any questions that you would like to ask. Can we start then with the Honourable Maran? Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair.
And can I just, I believe we will first be looking at the department, and then once we've finished with the annual report of the department, we will continue with the report on CACIDRA. Thank you very much, Honourable Maran.
Can I continue? Thanks. Chair, just on the forward by the Minister on page 11. Third paragraph. Reported that in 2020 the Western Cape province exported 78.68 billion. Whether the MEC can tell us those exports, how much comes from black producers? Percentage. Then Chair, on the same page, last paragraph, and we know at the beginning of the Russian-Ukraine war, the stance that the Western Cape government took. Whether that stance is still in place and how it impacted on agriculture in the country, but specifically the Western Cape. We know that fertilizers, oil, meat products comes from that area of the world. And we know now, and there is an outcry from farmers that they are struggling to get fertilizers to prepare for the new season. The stance that the Western Cape government took in terms of that. We know, for instance, at the beginning and in some of the committee meetings, we were told that it's difficult to export because the pay system at that stage makes it difficult to export for Russians to pay, basically, for those exports. That's the two for the MEC. Then, Chair, page 14, HOD, Glen William Dam, but also Brandvlei Dam, to get a report in terms of how far they are. We know, for instance, when it comes to the Glen William Dam, that even if the wall gets raised and you deal with that particular issue, if you don't deal with the issue with the canal, doesn't matter how much water the dam will be able to hold, the same amount of water will be transferred from the dam to areas downwards. Doesn't matter if there's more water coming into the dam, whether there's a plan to deal with that particular channel. If it's national, what is the department's engagement with the national department to deal with that particular issue? We have also heard that when we went there recently, Chair, on an oversight visit. For the support, Chair, page 15, third paragraph, the top, for the support. Chair, the April 2021, 1,115, and then March 2022, 1,260. Just what is the current situation, Chair, and whether that support have basically bring relief for those livestock farmers that have received for the support. Chair, and then lastly, page 15, the department's food security initiative, one home, one garden. We know at some states, MEC, your previous leader have said one household, one job. Here it's one home, one garden. And when the Gauteng legislature portfolio committee visited us at Elsenburg, we received a report in terms of the information and the data that the department relies heavily on Stats SA for the information. So does it mean that when a person from Stats SA arrives at a home and see a food garden in their home and reports on it, and then the information that's been captured by the department from that, do they regard that food garden as their initiative? That's the one. Second one, how far are we as a department in the Western Cape to implement, to fulfill this promise, one garden, one house, one food, and how far we are? I know we are still far, but we just want to get some understanding of how we are in terms of that achievement. Thanks.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable America and then Honourable Harry.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, to reference the pages, page 14, the mention is made of the raising of the Clan William Dam by the Department of Human Settlements and Water and Sanitation. What's the current status in terms of that? Because certainly the yield will be significantly increased should the dam wall is raised. In terms of the budgetary allocation of the Department of Human Settlements, Water and Sanitation, has there been any provision within their budget to proceed with that particular project? Then secondly, Chair, speaking about water, what's the engagement that the department has with district municipalities in order, and perhaps certain B municipalities, in terms of securing, maintaining, or the establishment of the water infrastructure within districts in particular that could possibly be beneficial to farmers within the rural areas. Thirdly, Chairperson, the Minister hosted an ostrich product promotion event with various consul generals. And I think it was a commendable initiative by the Minister. What was the feedback of the foreign delegation with regard to our ostrich meat industry, and the meat in particular, and how it compared with our wines, and to what extent are we going to monitor perhaps the success of that event in relation to possible exports to those consul generals from the various countries? And then related to that, Chairperson, to what extent has the ostrich industry in the Western Cape recovered from the pandemic? Are we where we're supposed to be pre-pandemic levels, or are we not there yet? And if not, what are we doing in terms of assisting the producers to reach the optimal capacity? Then, Chairperson, on page 21, the Elsenburg Energy Master Plan has been completed, and a further 80 million rand is required to complete the entire plan. In terms of a medium-term budgetary framework, is there provision made to resource that additional funding requirement for the energy plan? And could we be provided with more sort of information with regard to what that master plan eventually will look like once all the funding had been sort of sourced and allocated and spent? And then, Chairperson, it is a occupational hazard for many farmers within our rural areas, and we know the tragic fires that happened in the Northern Cape, and we are not immune with such natural disasters. What is the engagement and cooperation with our district municipalities to mitigate possible disasters that may happen, particularly, with the coming summer season, and we know that the threats and danger that exist within our rural areas with regard to such disasters. Then furthermore, Chair, on page 25, the agreements on plant pathology research in collaboration with my alma mater, Curtin University, and the University of Melbourne were sort of concluded. Can we just get more information with regard to that particular agreement and the potential benefits that it will have for us here in the Western Cape, in terms of streamlining or making our veterinarian services that we provide to our farmers and to other industry role players more beneficial, I suppose. And that's for now, Chair. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And then over to you, Honourable Murray, and then thereafter Honourable Murray online.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is with regards to page 13, where we talk about the solar PV batteries and how a lot more energy had come on board. With regards to phase 2, it says that 480 kilowatt additional energy for the Western Cape Department of Agriculture was generated. I just want to understand, how is it going towards the Department of Agriculture? Has it been placed on the buildings of agriculture, or is it being moved from its base at Elsenburg somehow through Wheeling or SSEG? And also whether the capacity generated will help to mitigate against the pressures outside of load shedding as well as during load shedding hours. So essentially, are you off the grid? Then there are a number of excellent projects that you have on training. I note on page 30, 19, and 20. I wanted to ask the department if they are keeping an eye on retention after training is concluded, and whether there are further skilled opportunities or other job opportunities provided thereafter, just to show that these projects are resulting in employment opportunities. Then, with regards to the Clan William Dam, I did find Member Moran's question interesting or thought-provoking, because for me it raises the question of what is the scientific justification for raising the wall? Is it perhaps, and I'm making an assumption, that a larger body of water takes a longer time to evaporate, and that's why we need to be increasing the height of the wall? If we could just get an explanation on that, please. Locust risk on page 15. I wanted to understand or get a better understanding of the environmental reasons for the locust swarm and how we prevent it in future. And then I did have another one. I just want to find the page. Okay, page 21 on the rural safety desk. I wanted to understand what successes you've had since implementation to date. And that's it from my side. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable. Honourable Murray, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to get to the crux of the matter. We're having all these meetings and very impressive documents in very well-bound form about statistics, but I'm more becoming skeptical of the results on the ground. I wonder if the Department of Agriculture can answer me these questions. They state here that of the 2 million hectares, which consists only of 15.45% of arable land on which we can cultivate crops. in the Western Cape, only 15% of the land in the Western Cape is suitable cultivation. I want to know now, how much of that is in colored and black hands of that 15%? And is there a roadmap and a charter or action plan to empower colored and black farmers? And what is the expected outcome over what period of time? Have you set the target? And what that target is, what percentage of the existing cultivated land in the hands of commercial farmers that is profitable? I'm a bit concerned that we have such a huge number of, shall I say, people, men, women with all types of degrees and competencies in a department, but I don't see any tangible evidence of empowering colored and black farmers in a commercial way. I'm not talking about a food garden. I'm talking about something like they did with the Citrus Association, where they brought them to the main table. We still at the table of Casidra. We want to be at the table, not as NGOs, but as commercial farmers. The cry for land is becoming a serious question in South Africa. And the slower this department moves to empower colored and black farmers, that cry will escalate to take farmers' land without compensation, something which I totally reject. It's not a feasible plan or solution. But until you give us answers on progress made to train and make colored and black farmers equally competent as commercial farmers that can sell their products on the overseas market, you are just, shall I say, making the cry louder and louder for expropriation. That's all I want to know. The others doesn't matter. All these statistics are meaningless unless the statistics point to a plan and a timeline where state land is given to people hungry for land and they are made successful commercial farmers on that land. That's the only thing I want to know. All the rest is just a lot of poppycock. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Marais. Honourable members, if I could just, Dr. Sebupetsa and your team from my side, we have learned of a number of research farms, both in the province but also in the remainder of the country, that seem to have been abandoned by the relevant authorities. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind just informing us regarding the position on the research farms that fall under the Department of Agriculture in the Western Cape. Can you give us the assurance that all of these farms are still actively contributing to research and knowledge growth and knowledge transfer? If you could just quickly report on the state of our research farms. Honourable August, are you happy for the officials to respond? Thank you.
Covered. Thank you, Chairperson.
Chair, thank you. And thank you to the members of the committee for these questions. I will share these most of these questions at the technical level. The HOD will decide how he wants to allocate it to the various program managers. But on the matter of exports, HOD will respond to Honourable Pat Maran about the sort of diversification of the producers for the various export markets. He then secondly asked about our stance in the Western Cape in relation to my paragraph on page 11 on the last part of the foreword. Well, I think the stance is very clear because I think it was late Archbishop Tutu who guided our moral compass in this regard when he said that when you are neutral in human rights abuses, you are on the side of the oppressor. So this cabinet, led by Premier Ellen Wendy, took a deliberate decision that we will not be on the side of human rights abuses, and therefore our approach that we've adopted. Our approach is to be always on the side of human rights, to be always on the side of peace, to always be on the side of democracy and coexistence. The second part of his question relates to what is the impact of the war on the agricultural sector in South Africa. Well, Chair, 4 days after the war has happened in February, I convened a meeting with all the relevant stakeholders in agriculture, the main consumer commodity organizations. I met with them and said, there is war in Europe. What does this mean for your industry? In other words, to get, not from my office, to dictate what is happening, but to get a view from them, from the demand side and their perspective of what does this mean. Well, obviously, we have also done some desktop research and some analysis of what does it mean for the agricultural sector. We know that South Africa is a country, honorable members, import about 80% of fertilizers globally in different parts. In the context of Russia, for example, 11% of the fertilizers that South Africa use comes from Russia. Russia is, as you know, is a large exporter of fertilizers globally, and exports from South Africa to both Russia and Ukraine is in the region of about 4.1 billion. That's the figures that we received in 2020. What type of products do we export to Russia from South Africa? South Africa export about 8% of apples to Russia, 8% of citrus, 20% of pears. And so the question is, what is the immediate impact? Obviously, things it's a moving goal over a period of time because the war is ongoing and the impact we see every day. So we cannot say definitely this is it, but it is a rolling situation. But we know about the impact of it globally in terms of the wheat prices. In fact, just this morning, I saw what is the impact of it even in the United Kingdom. People are now struggling in the United Kingdom to buy basic stuff like milk and bread. In the United Kingdom, a first world country, having a devastating impact in terms of what is happening in the economy. And these things are related to both local, domestic, but also international developments relating to the war. Well, most people in the United Kingdom, when they were asked, they said they need to have 2 jobs to basically simply survive. Now, that's the first world country. You can imagine what is going to happen, the impact massively on the African continent. So we have seen already wheat prices increase. We know that 50 countries in the world, Chair, uses wheat for as a staple food for bread. And that is, if 50 countries in the world uses that, you can imagine the global impact. We also know a country like Egypt use 100% of the wheat that comes from that region that is now embroiled in war. So it is massive global impact. Well, we've seen the rise in food inflation also here in South Africa. That's why the South African Reserve Bank Chair has very successfully, as a central bank, had an inflation band target between 3 and 6%. For the first time, we are now outside that band, and that is driven largely as a result of the impact of the war in South African food prices, diesel prices, and all of these. Well, we have seen, Chair, oil prices reaching $130 per barrel. We've seen the petrol and diesel price increases. We've seen the cost of fertilizer, Honourable Member Maran. I think food security is enormously under pressure, but that's then also called for us to perhaps look for new markets, new global markets. So I think we are still in the process of continuously analyzing the agricultural impact, both import and export from the value chain. I think Honourable Member Maran will know that in the previous meeting I did indicate that before the war it took about 23 days for the shipping containers to reach St. Petersburg in Russia. Nowadays it's about 93 days for those shipping containers. And the reason for that, Honourable Member Maran, is because of the impact of the war, and the situation is quite desperate in Europe. The shipping containers now, as they embark through Antwerpen and Rotterdam harbors, the biggest markets and the most effective global markets, that those containers are now searched for weapons and explosives to make sure that those things are not contained in the agricultural value export chain. So these things are quite serious. So it does impact on that. To give Honourable Member Maran the assurance, I have now asked my office to set up a meeting with the South African Fresh Produce Export Forum, Mr. Anton Kruger. Unfortunately, he was recently in Europe when I wanted to see him, but that meeting has now been set up, and I will soon meet him at Century City to discuss this. So the impact is massive. Why is it massive? And your question is quite relevant. I give you a detailed answer. It is relevant because the Western Cape, as you know, our agricultural landscape is significantly different from the rest of the country. We have less livestock business. We are more horticulture. And our province is responsible for 55% of South Africa's primary agricultural exports. Now, if you're 55% responsible for agricultural exports, I think you have to understand the impact of the war in Europe. Because 14%, and this is a presentation that I've received from the South African fruit industry, who came to my office and they gave a presentation. And in that presentation, they indicated that 14% of South Africa's fruit goes to the United Kingdom. 44% of that fruit goes to the European Union. And so 15% to Russia. So you can imagine the massive impact of the war both on our industry, and this is a particularly great industry, horticulture. So this is some matters that currently keep on discussing. I think tomorrow I will be meeting with the Dutch embassy about some of these things. We all know that Rotterdam, the fruit logistical hub, is happening. Every year we assess our situation. We need new global partners, global opportunities. We have developed the African agriculture strategy in terms of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, and based on that agreement, we have identified some African countries that we see some great growth and potential. I'm very happy that my HOD will soon travel to Namibia. It's a very important partner within the SADC region, together with some of his colleagues. We know that's big potential also in terms of our other strategies in Central Africa, Kenya. I'm particularly happy that there will be an export delegation also visiting Kenya. I've recently visited Mozambique, a very stable country. A country is hungry, want to trade with us. So I think in a nutshell, the war has a massive global impact. Did we take the right decision that we took on a moral basis? Absolutely correct. Have we consulted with the industry in terms to understand the impact of this war on the Western Cape economy, but more on the global part of South Africa, because I don't want the Western Cape to succeed. I want primarily South Africa to succeed. I want Africa to succeed. And in the global war, I don't like war, but there's a great opportunity. In politics, we say don't waste a good crisis. 1 billion people on the African continent with war in Europe. I think Africa has now a unique opportunity, even on the space of fertilizers, because one of the principles of this government is innovation. And I think the industry will now see this as a great business opportunity to use innovation to get into the issue of space of fertilizer. But Honourable Member Maran, you are right. The issue of fertilizers are critical, important for agriculture. And I think the industry are making plans, as my HOD often says. He says, a boer maak 'n plan. So I think they will make a plan in terms of the situation. The Germans call it Wir schaffen das. I believe that is certainly what we will support them. So there will be and is currently a shortage on fertilizer globally. We have seen that shipping rates has gone through the roof as a result of the war. We've seen that some of the congestions that is happening at Rotterdam, and I've been to Rotterdam, we've seen the efficiency there, but it's quite different, but there has been some improvements lately. Chair, lastly, because I can go on indefinitely because of my passion for this, understanding global geopolitics and how it impact on agriculture. I think the world is changing, climate change is changing, Europe is changing, the global supply chain management is changing. And I think we are all in a season of change, and we will have on a daily basis engage with people about alternative markets. I mean, one colleague said to me, Afrika lê braak. I like that terminology, Mr. Sean. Afrika lê braak, meaning that's great opportunities for us. If there's war in Europe, let's focus closer at home here on the African continent. So that is the relation with that. So I was extensive that deliberately. The question about the livestock farmers and the support, I think my HOD will reply to that. On page 15, One Home, One Garden, stats essay, the data, the evidence. The HOD will deal with that, and Dr. Slami will respond to that. Honourable Member Maran on the Glen William Dam, the HOD will reply to that. On the ostrich meat industry, and this is where I came up with this meeting. I met with the ostrich industry in Oudtshoorn, and they shared with me the many problems they experience about the industry, and they wanted to expand the footprint globally in terms of the ostrich industry. So I told them I will consult with the Premier to ask if the Premier can host a ostrich meat tasting ceremony at his official residence for the Consular Corps, so that we invite diplomats so that they can taste it. And I did that deliberately because when I asked one of the diplomats, and this is the second biggest population in the world, 1.3 billion people, the Consular Office of India. That's 1.3 billion people. And when I asked them, do you eat ostrich meat? His response was, they only see it in the zoo. They didn't know they can eat it. So that triggered to me, if there's 1.3 billion people, and here we sit in Oudtshoorn wanting to export, maybe we can arrange a ostrich meat tasting ceremony. But somebody also asked about the tasting. What did we do? And I heard the word wine. Dr. Ilse can more extensively elaborate it, because you can't just eat the ostrich meat. You must need to know which wine to pair, Honorable Secretary. When you eat ostrich meat, you need to have the right wine tasting combination. But Dr. Ilse can tell you what we did to make that ceremony a success. Obviously, it's too early to judge what is the outcome, but there was an immediate impact. The Consular Corps was invited to, and with thanks and appreciation to the Premier, to the official residence of the Premier at Leeuwenhoek when that tasting ceremony took place. But 2 months later, the Dean, who is currently the Consul General of Romania, he invited cabinet and government officials to his residence, and all the members, because he's the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, so he invited all the Consul Generals that is based in Cape Town, his colleagues, in other words. When he invited them there, for Portuguese and other stuff and food from different countries, on the table, and Dr. Mughale and I attended that meeting at his official residence of the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, together with the Director General, and what we saw there was ostrich meat being served. So if you ask me, is there already an emotional connection? I think when you establish trade and international economic diplomacy, the first thing you want to do, create an emotional connection. I think that emotional connection was created as a result of that event, because how come he served ostrich meat? But Dr. Ilse can more elaborate on that globally. I want because what we've seen during COVID is a massive global change in people's behaviors, food demands have shifted post-COVID. We've also seen that during COVID, comorbidities if you had high levels of comorbidities, it's a major risk for your health during COVID. And we know that eating ostrich meat, low fat, people with diabetics, excellent product. So we encourage South Africans, but also globally, to increase the intake in ostrich. Ostrich is a commodity that we want to take globally, and there are some plans they can expand on that. And also you ask about the master plan, so the HOD will further talk. They will also deal with the issue of Melbourne and plant pathology, solar batteries of Honourable Member Murray. They will deal with that. The locust risk, very serious risk. The HOD and I had a meeting, but he can explain in great detail what we have done, but also what is the future of the locust. But there was something that triggered me. You ask, is there a scientific basis? Agriculture is a science. A science needs research. So everything that we do, there's a scientific, rigorous basis, and I think the HOD will respond, and Dr. Trotsky, about the scientific basis for raising of the canal, because during the first phase of the raising of the canal at the Brandvlei Dam, I was still the Minister of Finance, and he came to see me about the lifting of the canal, but he also presented the scientific basis for that and what is the multiplier effect of raising the canal, feeding canal into the Brandvlei Dam, for example, for 20 million rand, massive better impact on the downstream of the agriculture. You've asked questions about the rural safety. The HOD will respond to that. Honourable Member Murray, you said nothing matters, only this. I think that is a reductionist approach to science. We don't believe in the reductionism. We believe in rather using an eclectic approach, because once we say there's only one thing that matters, then we are back to 1786 with scientific management. We are long past that stage. On a more humorous note, I think we would like to learn from as much as possible and from many disciplines, so we follow an interdisciplinary approach. But I think the core issue that you raised is the issue of land reform, the issue of how do we empower black farmers, and there is a commercialization program for black farmers, which my HOD will respond to. Lastly, Chair, you ask about the research farms. Dr. Ilse is responsible, and Dr. Brouwer are responsible, Chris, for excellent management of the research farm. And there's one thing that I am proud of. When you hear in South Africa a government farm, then your head spin in many different directions. But Honourable Member August, when you hear about a government farm in the Western Cape owned by this government, you can be proud, because it is well managed, well maintained, excellent capacity, excellent output, world-class, serving the industry. If there's one thing that I'm particularly proud of this department, is the research capability, its output, its outcome, and its impact that it makes on farmers. But they can speak about it, since you've asked about the research farm, and I would encourage members of this committee to visit any of these research farms that is currently under the jurisdiction of the Western Cape Department of Agriculture. And as you know, we have the only ostrich research farm in the world. So nobody does research on ostriches, because we have the only ostrich research farm in the world. And I think this is also indicative of the quality of the work that we are currently doing. So, Chair, that was a long story, but agriculture has three dimensions. It has a political dimension, and I covered the political dimension. It has a technical dimension. The HOD will deal with the technical, and it has a normative dimension, and we can engage collectively on those issues.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I need to apologize for not emphasizing my request for responses to be kept and to the point strongly enough. My failure, I'm really sorry for that. So Dr. Sibupetsa, please keep that in mind. My apologies again. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much. Minister covered most of the questions. The research farms, in fact, we've got 7 research farms, and as Minister is saying, you are invited to visit any of these farms. Excellent condition. You will not find any in the country owned by the state. So these are great research farms. In terms of the question that Member Murray have raised, Minister responded to it, and largely is the issue of land reform. We don't do land reform, but we support the landed people. So once individuals have gained access to farms, it's our duty to support them. We spend close to 200 million rands every year to support commercialization of land reform farms in the province. The bulk of that is through the conditional grant, CASP, which is a comprehensive agricultural support program, and also the ELEMA program that goes with that. So it's about 200 million in total that we spend every year to support exactly that cause. The question on rural safety and the desk, I'll ask Darrell to respond to that. Honorable Member Murray, the issue around locust, as far as we are concerned, it's really the impact of climate change, because for the first time in the history, we've seen those locusts in the Western Cape. Never happened before. So these are really the issues we're dealing with around climate change. But I must say that as a team and together with the industry, we're able to respond rather speedily and arrested the situation. What are we doing to ensure that it doesn't happen? Obviously, we're working with our citizens up in the affected regions to ensure that they do what is necessary to ensure that as and when it comes, we are prepared. But more importantly, we engage with our counterparts in Northern Cape and the Eastern Cape because it's important also for them to do what they need to do. The locust swarms are really endemic to the Northern Cape and not the Western Cape. So it's important that there's these 3 provinces working together to ensure we protect farmers as and when that happens. The Clan William Dam, I'll ask Derek to just come in terms of the scientific basis, but the technical issues I'll ask Asia to then respond to it. You asked a question around whether we're monitoring the training that is provided. Yes, indeed, about 18 to 20% of the students that are trained end up getting jobs with their host employers. And for us, that's important. We don't just train the students for training them sake, but we also ensure that they gain access to those jobs. Solar panels, of course, the solar panels are at Elsenbeck on our roof, but also at the dairy section. We've got that. We're just completing a 10 million project funded by our public works in the department. And I must indicate that it does contribute to lessening the impact of load shedding. We've seen that particularly from September until now with the stage level 6 and so on and so forth. So the energy master plan, it's something that we're engaging our colleagues at Public Works to see the extent to which that can be funded. We are happy, Chairperson, to share that master plan, but obviously the resourcing of that plan will have to come from Transport and Works. It's not funds that we ordinarily would have. But I must indicate that we're engaging quite closely with that department, and chances are probably in the next 3 to 5 years, we could start a program to build onto that. Agreement with international academic institutions, what is the value therein? I'll ask Dr. Troutman to then respond to that. For us, it's really the strength of the research that we do, that we partner with other colleagues internationally to strengthen what we do, but also ensure that we learn lessons from other colleagues. But more importantly, we also share with others what we are doing. I responded to the master plan issue. Minister responded to the ostrich and the pairing, of ostrich meat with wine. You would know that we sell 1 million liters of wine per day. And I think the latest numbers indicate that we are at 1.1 liters per day. Obviously, with that exposure, the agenda is not only ostrich meat, but it's also the wine. So we met the other day with the Finnish colleagues, and we were then saying to them, we're selling 1.1 million liters. We want to sell 2 million liters of wine per day. So anybody that is willing to consume our wine, it's available. And what a better way to pair it with food, because that way you actually get people to consume it. Glen William Dam and Branfley Dam, I'll ask my colleagues, that's Asia, to respond to that. We hosted, Minister hosted for the first time in this country, I would imagine, the Municipal Agricultural Summit. Because for us, it's important that we register the importance of agriculture with municipal government. And that indeed was a very solid intervention. And in our view, we registered the issues. But more importantly, the sector was able to say to municipalities, this is what we do, this is what we need from you, so that we can do what we need to do or what we do better. Honorable Maran, on the issue of one home, one garden and the Stats SA. Stats SA is the authority in terms of census and everything in the country. So we don't count what they say in terms of food garden. We count what we have delivered. So in the year under review, you'll see when we move on in this report, we have delivered over 2,600 gardens across the province. Definitely the need is much more than that, but we could only reach 2,600 with the resources we have. But also what the stats tell you is that in terms of food gardens, we don't have many such gardens in the Western Cape compared to other rural provinces, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and KZN. But with this drive that we are busy with, we show that we're beginning to change that narrative. But of course, the whole issue of food insecurity, I must indicate that it is more serious in the metro because access to everything is monetized, and therefore our response is largely in the metro, where 40% of our budget is expended within the city of Cape Town. Your question on page 15 around fodder, I must indicate that up to today, over 1,543 farmers benefited with the 48 million that was given to us from COCTA in the beginning of this financial year. The reality of the matter is that districts such as the Karoo, the Klein Karoo, and parts of Matikama are still affected by this the effect of drought, and therefore there is a need for us to support those farmers in those regions. I'll ask Derek Trotsky to quickly just also respond on the question you asked as to the 78.68 billion, how much of that comes from black farmers. Derek will respond to that. So those are the questions. If we can ask Derek to start, Asia come, and then Dr. Troutman third.
Chairperson, thank you very much. In terms of the percentage of exports coming from black commercial farms, I think there's a little bit of a challenge in answering that question because whether it's who produces an apple, that information is not captured. What we do have is to know where all the exports go to, where it is being produced. And that is, and the minister alluded to that at the beginning. I just want to add on to this and saying that the best way of understanding what the impact is of our interventions is to go through an external research project. We call it an external evaluation. So we are currently planning to do an evaluation in the next financial year of the interventions that we have. And what is the impact of those interventions in terms of, from a marketing perspective? Do we achieve our objectives? Are the farmers that take part in these particular interventions, are they better off? And things like that. So that's the one question. If I'm correct, then there's a second question I also need to respond to. And that is in terms of the impact, the economic impact of projects such as Brandvlei and Clan William. In the case of the Brandvlei project, we are talking about 4,400 additional hectares that can become under irrigation. In that area, a commercial project is about 50 hectares, or a commercial farm is 50 hectares. That means that we can establish 88 farms in that area. That will lead to 6,600 additional jobs in the process. It will have a 27 billion increase in gross farm income over a period of 10 years during the implementation of this. So this is in the case of Brandvlei. Similar information is of course available for the Clan William Dam. The magnitude will only be a little bit larger in that instance. So I think, HOD, if I'm correct, that's the two questions I had to address. Thanks.
Thank you. With regards to the Brandvlei technical aspects, they are water and sanitation. They are currently busy with the construction of the 30 centimeter canal, and there's been a commitment that that canal, or the heightening of the canal, would be concluded by the end of October. So which means that unfortunately we've missed this year's rain, but next year we would be able to capture that rain in the dam. With regards to the Clan William Dam, the first aspect, the reason for the raising of the dam is unstable. The dam wall is unstable. So the reason for the raising is that needs to be reinforced, and that's why it was modeled in to see if additional water can be made available, because there's an over allocation. The existing farmers are not getting the allocation, and also there's no provision for the ecological reserve. So that's the importance of raising the dam by 213 meters. With regards to construction, the last construction took place in 2014. The department is busy with establishing an external entity, which will include TCTA as well as the infrastructure branch. And then the construction, it's anticipated that construction will then continue at that stage. HOD, just clarity whether you want me to comment on the fodder support. I've got information with regards to the maps that I can show, that all our information in terms of supporting the farmers with fodder is based on information. So we're on a continuous basis throughout the year do risk assessments. And the reason why there was an increase in the number, because Maritzburg had been included and therefore more additional farmers. I've got copies of the maps and I could make that available. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you. Member America, thank you for the questions on the ostrich event. Ministers asked me to give more information. Yes, it was a very successful partnership between the department as well as the ostrich industry, who supplied all the products for the evening. Quite an array of products to show the Consul Generals what type of products are available, because just merely saying ostrich meat is not really defining the different products that you have. And then we had the top 20 wines supplied by Vinpro. So it was a lovely partnership event, which was not hurting the pocket that much because it was all supplied. Minister alluded to the Dean of the Consul General having an event with ostrich meat. A week after the event at Premier's residence, the German Consul General, Tanja Wegert, went to Oudtshoorn herself. She visited our research farm. She saw all the research being done there, and she also wanted a meeting with the ostrich industry in Oudtshoorn. She found that very informative, and also then undertook on behalf of the ostrich industry to talk to the EU in terms of the export challenges that the ostrich industry has, in particular with avian influenza and so on. So on two levels, we had very good interaction. Coming to the collaboration with Curtin and Melbourne, we are in specific areas very much sought after, if I can call it like that, in terms of the work we do, especially in terms of canola, in terms of Curtin as well as Melbourne, both in terms of canola. Curtin is on Sclerotinia, quite a devastating disease worldwide. And in both the cases of Curtin and Melbourne, we donated some of our samples of canola, Sclerotinia, as well as black leg on canola, to go into an international database, a collection. Those big groups are doing research with our isolates included, and the provision for giving the isolates is that we get first-hand information in the global context of what the disease is all about, the genetic constitution of the disease, and how we can fast-track that information into our pest management and disease management systems. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, Jody.
Thank you very much. Member Murray, thank you for the question around the Rural Safety Desk. I think there's really three parts to answering that question. One is understanding that the Rural Safety Desk helps in terms of the recording of incidents, and with the recording of incidents helps to identify exactly where the hotspots are, and that information is then fed to SAPS and to ensure that there's a more appropriate support mechanism with regards to those particular hotspots. But what we have also seen, particularly in Bonnievale and Stanford, what we have seen is how the Rural Safety Desk has actually helped to galvanize resources. We saw two major incidents in those areas, and with the galvanization of all the resources, that's SAPS, it's the farm watch structures, it's the Overberg flying squad, we were able to facilitate the arrest of those suspects. And that's really how the Rural Safety Desk has actually helped. But there's also two further elements, is that the Rural Safety Desk has helped to facilitate the process with Department of Community Safety to integrate all of the technologies. And that is a project that is currently underway, led by the Department of Community Safety. And then the third area is to encourage the registration of farm watch structures and neighborhood watch structures with the requisite support in terms of training and equipment. So those are some of the actions which is really an outflow of establishing a Rural Safety Desk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I see the hand of Honourable Murray, and then Honourable America, and Maran, and then August. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I first of all want to concede to Minister Meyer that maybe I should have worded it quite differently. I wanted to say, from a political point of view, the transfer of land, state land, to emerging farmers and making successful farmers of them so they can enter the competitive world of commercial farming stands out in importance. Not that I say the economic situation in terms of food security is not, so I concede on that point. However, there is some dangling questions we got to address. We can't every time say we can't do anything because land reform is a national issue. We've got to take the national government by its throat and start shaking them. We need a more aggressive approach because in the Western Cape, we are the province that supply most of the food to the country. We should have most of the say in what happens in terms of agriculture, who possess the land, and also keep those people who now are on the side of orderly reform out of the clutches of that, who says, no, we want radical economic transformation. We want to grab the farmland from white farmers. We want to establish it, black farmers there without compensation. How are you going to stop this tsunami if every time we say this is a national competence, so we can't do anything about land restitution or reform? We've got to take them on aggressively. We've got to interact with national government and show them the dangers of their clumsy way of handling it. Secondly, will the expansion of the ostrich farming industry, and I support it, yes, ostrich farming can become a big money spinner. But how will emerging farmers benefit from this? Are there emerging farmers of the coloured and black community that is being prepared to go for ostrich farming? Or what are we doing? Are we also baking little tarts that can later on become big cakes? Or are we only making those who bake big cakes even bigger? So, and then I want to know, how will the raising of the Clan William Dam wall benefit emerging farmers? And can we have examples of which areas now owned by emerging farmers will benefit from the raising of that Clan William Dam, or will it be just a benefit to the overall Western Cape economy? We've got to enlarge the cake before we divide the cake amongst all the people and give each one a bigger share. We cannot say we are going to cut this cake up into smaller, more pieces, then everybody will starve. Enlarge the agricultural cake. And when you do it, keep in mind those who never had a chance to taste the cake. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable America.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to express my gratitude towards the responses to the questions that I've raised from the Minister and the officials. Chair, the Minister gave us a contextualization of the shifting geopolitical environment and how the war aided those shifting landscape. And I agree with much of what the Minister was saying in terms of how international relations has sort of evolved in this short space of time. But South Africa's position with regard to that sort of new emerging global landscape remains ambiguous, and the Minister in his preface stated at introduction, if you profess to be neutral, then you side with the oppressor. And South Africa's ostensibly a neutrality with regard to the atrocities committed in Iran has certainly placed us or pigeonholed us within a certain segment within that shifting geopolitical environment. And the reason why I say that, Chair, is that very soon, and it is mentioned in the annual report of the AGOA agreement, will come up for renewal, and it present our producers in South Africa and certainly in the Western Cape also with certain exemptions as far as tariffs are concerned. Now, given the changing geopolitical political landscape and South Africa's location within it in relation to the Ukrainian war, what's the possible impact it will have for our Western Cape producers should the benefits that we derive from AGOA, should that fall away as a result of our supposed neutral position as far as the atrocities being committed in Ukraine. Secondly, Chair, I'm pleased to hear about the municipal agriculture summit that was hosted by the Minister. I think it is a great initiative, and because many of our producers find themselves in municipalities where certain services need to be rendered within those sort of localities, and if the municipality is dysfunctional, it certainly impacts on the whole ecosystem of that municipality. And we know farmers are, and the rural economy is strong drivers for sort of job creation and economic activities in our rural areas. So therefore, Chair, the state of our rural roads then becomes a significant challenge to many of our producers and our farmers in the rural areas. It's a matter that ought to be addressed because we have excellent tar roads in the Western Cape, and most of our emphasis, it seems, is placed on to have excellent tar roads, which is necessary. But certainly our rural gravel roads are just as important because it provides a seamless sort of chain within the value chain for our products to be transported to the various markets. What's the state, as expressed by our farmers, in terms of the conditions of many of our rural roads, and in which districts, needs particular attention for special sort of consideration when funds are to be allocated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. I was laughing when the MEC responded and quoted the late Archbishop Desmond Tutu. You know, the Arch was a outspoken critic of the Israeli occupation. And there was a quote by the Arch saying, I wish I kept quiet about I could keep quiet about the Palestinians, but I can't.
Sorry,
I'm just saying.
Honourable
Chair,
members,
look,
I'm
Chair,
really failing to keep you to the point.
I'm just saying.
The annual report this morning.
I was tempted by the response of the MEC, so I'm also I'm responding in that fashion. Chair, if I listen to the response by the MEC is saying that although the Western Cape government have taken a particular stance, it cannot force the agri-industry, if they wish to export to that particular market, to export to that. The MEC also mentioned the percentage of citrus that's been exported to the Russian market. And if we look at the recent EU new import regulations, it's going to make it more difficult for producers from this side to export, especially citrus, to the EU. And obvious farmers will look to new markets because it's going to get more expensive to export some of those fruits to the EU. Then, Chair, and I've listened. My question about the Clan William Dam has not been answered because I've asked about the canal, 83 kilometers long, that transport water from the dam to your Lutzville Ebenezer area. If you don't deal with the canal, doesn't matter the 7 million cubic liters that will come into the dam, new water. You will still transport the same amount of water that you are transporting now. The answer was very interesting that you gave, that currently there's farmers that their licenses that they have with water, the Department of Water, they did not receive the full amounts. Meaning, MEC, that the 70 million cubic liters that will come into the dam is a farmer with a water license who got a water license of 100,000 cubic liters and only received 50,000. I will now come and say, give me another 50,000. Meaning that the leftover will go to new farmers, black farmers, far lesser than the 70 million cubic liters that will go into that dam. The canal, if we don't attend to that, the race of the Clan William Dam will be of no use. And what is your engagement with that, with the National Department? Then, Chair, we have spoken about climate change. 2 days ago, we had a hailstorm in your Breda Valley area. And obviously, if that hailstorm was in December and January, there would have been great losses to your decisions fruit growers. If there's any engagement with the department or with weather affairs, I'm not sure how far they can see, and for farmers to prepare for whatever disaster that may come. There's fires, but for your decisions fruit growers, it's more your hailstorms. The ostrich industry, MEC. I remember when we entered the 6th Parliament in 2019, you said that there's a huge market, a Muslim market, your Muslim countries, and one of your goals or your targets will be to establish a halal abattoir. I'm not sure whether you have achieved that because you've jumped now to ostrich. How far you are in terms of that, and also tell us how many abattoirs have closed over the last financial year, the year under discussion. Then, Chair, rural safety, rural safety and DDG. You have spoken about the rural safety plan, and you said you can detect with the new technology and so forth the hotspots. And we've seen when we, MEC, when the Department of Dispatch, R1 million to each district municipality to kickstart the rural safety plan. And we have suddenly see all these white cameras on your highways. And at some stage, OGI is one of those companies who are managing those cameras, Chair, reports to the Western Cape government. How is it that we can't see, because the season is starting now, hotspots of trucks transporting farm workers in an unhuman way, and to inform the Department of Public Works to set up roadblocks, those hotspots, to set up roadblocks and to deal with that particular issues of the transportation of farm workers? Or are we waiting for another accident to happen? How is it that we can't pick up that? In the second last, Chair, your agri-prestige events, do we follow those farm workers of the year and how far they have gone, how far they are now? Are they still farm workers? Or, remember, MEC, I've spoken to you about that last time. Where are they? When they got one an overseas trip, go there. I know the last farm workers that were sent were caught up in COVID-19 when they were overseas and they had to come back. How far they have gone, whether they are still farm workers. And lastly, Chair, let me see, can you tell us how many agricultural land we have lost in the last financial year due to other sectors? For example, your housing industry, because wherever you travel, in the Western Cape, the Cape Winelands, you see these, what do you call these things? Housing developments, and you see on on our roads, GP cars from Gauteng provinces. You see it all over, and I'm not sure whether it's those migration from Gautengers to the Western Cape and those developments that you see, and it's mostly agricultural land. How many land that we have lost over the last financial year due to other sectors? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable August.
Chairperson, I didn't go first round, so allow me another 2 or 3 minutes extra, if possible. Thank you, Chair. I want to speak about the global partners, and I know with the last oversight visit that we've had, that the department is looking at 10 African countries that they want to partner globally or on the continent. One, are we looking at Brazil and other countries as well? And what impact will it have if we do shift to the African countries? How will it support us as a province and as a country? And what new innovative ways and impact on the GDP and the exporting of the products to those countries? How do you envisage, or what percentage increase are you looking at? Two, Minister, you know, we all, you speak of about passion, and you're passionate about the subject. We're also passionate. We do eat ostrich meat. Maar ons word nie genooi na die we are the standing committee, and we would also like to promote, because I also do eat ostrich meat, especially the neck, and I go to Oudtshoorn and buy from the abattoirs. My question is, where do we, or are we looking at expanding the ostrich farming? Because when we talk about ostrich, we think of Oudtshoorn. That's the only place, and I know I understand the climate and everything, but is there any other districts or areas within the Western Cape that has the same climate, that we are able to engage and encourage farmers to go to, example, your Laingsburg areas, etc., that might have the same climate? And how are we promoting the ostrich without going to the India 1.3 billion, but also in Africa and South Africa? Understanding when I buy the ostrich neck, many people ask me, what kind of meat is this? In Cape Town, I'll make the example, we in Cape Town, many Cape Townians hasn't been up Table Mountain. So many Western Cape Townians or people in the West Cape don't eat ostrich meat. So how do we promote that? I hear the one doctor saying that, you know, the interventions and the impact of that interventions will be in the next year coming, and you will have, you will look at getting a report and putting funding towards that. I would have liked to hear in each industry, your apple industry, like the example made, we only know the export of the apples, but we don't know specifically where it's grown and where it comes from. If there's emerging farmers, small farmers, young farmers, how we're assisting one another to increase that. I haven't seen that, and it's only coming next year. I would have liked to see something in this report if possible. And then lastly, the bursaries. The department is doing very well with the bursaries and funding of small causes, etc. Two questions. Are we looking at the child working on the farm, supporting his parent, always saying that I want to be the tractor driver because my father and my uncle is that's the only thing that I see? How are we encouraging that child growing up in the farm to go into, from a young age, and perhaps he's not into the mathematics or whatever, but those farm schools that we have in the Western Cape, how are we as a department engaging that to encourage that child to perhaps go further, and how do we take that child by the hand? That's the one question. Second one, when we give bursaries, and I know the department has supported with a lot of the bursaries, are we ensuring that those that's graduating, are they employed in the industry? What support are we as a department giving to that student or that graduate that has graduated? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think the good news is that we are already covering some of the later sections of the annual report. So hopefully, while the A part is limited in size, the remainder of the meeting will proceed a little bit faster. Over to you, Minister, and then to Dr. Sebelpetsa to respond.
Chair, I will be briefer than I am normally, but I will do justice to the substantive questions. There were no sweetheart questions, there were substantive questions. So allow me to substantively do justice to the questions. Honourable Member Marais, yes, I agree with you that we must not sit back and throw our hands up in the air and say it is a national mandate. I think you are absolutely right. And we agree on this particular matter because we also agreed by instruction of the Premier that we must implement in this government a value called resilience. And resilience by implication means don't accept no from national government, proceed and do what is possible, both from your empirical mandate and your normative mandate. So the department has done some 2 studies on land reform. I think one was done in 2014 and the other one was done in 2018. The HOD can allude to that. I think the first study on land reform indicated, in terms of the evaluation, 68% success rate, 72% in 2018 success rate. So I think we have a successful empirical evidence in terms of land reform. But I do agree with Honourable Member Marais, and I think we all must agree with it in this House, across political parties. If we want long-term political stability in South Africa, we must have black commercial farmers on a massive scale in South Africa. Unless we do that, this situation is never going to improve. So there is a plan to have 50 commercial black farmers as a start to do that, and there's commodity organizations, and my HOD signed with different commodity organizations agreements in this particular regard. So, Honourable Member Marais, I think you are right. We need to massively invest in black farmers, but black commercial farmers. That's something that I think is loud and clear. There's no doubt about it. That's why about 3 years ago, I attended the Land Reform Summit in Witzenberg, Agter Witzenberg, together with Minister Toko Didiza. And at that meeting, we also had a presentation from PELS and Partnership in Agriculture Land Reform. And we know that that is one of the most successful land reform projects, partnering with commercial white farmers, and it has a framework with different models because as Gerard and Lennox always explain to us, it's not the one size fits all. So within the framework of land reform, they have different models, and depending on the commodity, depending on the geographical location, spatial orientation, weather patterns, and all of that, they tailor-made something together with the bank and with the relevant institutions and blended financing where it's possible to have a land reform. I'm happy to report that Minister Toko Didiza now agrees that the PELS system of land reform is an excellent system, pioneered there in Witzenberg by excellent people, and we see the results. So that's one of the models we fully support. On the issue of Honourable Member America, I am deeply concerned about this issue that you raised about the AGOA, because the biggest single trading partner that this Western Cape province has with any part in the world, trade, figures from Westgrove, is the United States of America. So AGOA has serious implications because you ask, what are the impact on the producers? It will be having a massive impact on our producers because, as you know, we have a very favorable trade relationships as a result. And AGOA is not an agreement. And AGOA is an act of the Congress. So this is a law. And if this law is going to change, I think we certainly are in for a tough time in terms of our trade relations with the United States. That's why the Premier discussed this matter in our cabinet and the implications, and he instructed me to give a letter that he wrote to the governor in the state of California. I have met with the Secretary Ross, my counterpart in California, and I handed over that letter from the Premier to lobby the governor of California in the legislative platforms to argue to protect not only South Africa, but the African continent, because AGOA is not, as you know, it's a continental law and an agreement. And so I have given that letter to Secretary Ross, and this morning Daniel came to my office with a letter from the Secretary Ross, from the CDFA, where CE wrote to me and confirmed that she has handed that letter to the governor. So I'm very happy that at least we took some proactive steps in this particular regard, because this will have severe implications on this particular matter. On the rural roads, they will answer that question, but I'm very happy that we had a municipal agricultural summit, because I asked every mayor to indicate to me one person in the municipality that will deal with agriculture, because a farmer does not have the time to run through the whole municipality and find out who is responsible for agriculture. I want one single point of responsibility, and I'm very happy that many municipalities have done so that we can discuss agriculture matters and land matters that you raised, Honourable Member Maran, with that one single responsibility. We will soon table a report back to the Cabinet on that, but the issue of roads, and you specifically asked which districts are mostly affected by poor road conditions and what we are doing. Honourable Member Maran, I think the department will answer you about the EU and the markets and the citrus and the canal and the HOD, but I think one thing that we are in agreement, water, license, justice. That's the principle that you put on the table. In that case, we agree. You ask what are we going to do in terms of the national department, and they can have some discussions, because there are some discussions between my department and the Department of Water Affairs. We want justice in the license application processes in that process. Climate change. Honourable Member Maran, if there is now one thing now that worries me deeply, it's the issue of climate change. This thing, I am a Johnny come late, I must admit, to the whole climate change. But when I see what has happened now in Europe, 50, 60 degrees Celsius. In California, 2 weeks ago, before we arrived, 50 degrees Celsius. We see now the floods around the world. Also in Nigeria, we've seen the floods also in Thailand. There is something going to happen, and you're absolutely right in your forecasting, with that temperatures, we are going to see extreme climatic weather patterns, and we are already seeing it, and we are now heading towards our harvesting season. But I think we have technical experts, Dr. Ilse and them can speak to that. But I do share your concern about the impact of extreme weather patterns, and there will be a COP27 taking place later this year in Egypt. I hope that you can, as a member of this committee, Honourable Member Maran, join that delegation in Egypt, because I think this is a very important matter. This matter for me is so important because what we have now is 5 Mediterranean regions in the world, California being one, Western Cape, 2 out of 5 is 40%. We need to have a global Mediterranean agriculture climate summit, so that because our weather patterns are more or less the same in the Mediterranean regions. But climate change, maybe other part of the standing committee deals with environmental management. But I want to put one recommendation to this committee, that we need to have a much more deeper interrogation, analysis program as this government on the issue of climate change. I want to say 100 times bigger than what we are currently doing, because the impact is going to be devastating. And we see that patterns emerging right in front of us everywhere. Honourable Member Marani, the department will answer halal, because I will be too long, so I hand it over to them. On the issue of how many abattoirs were closed, I hand to the department, the rural safety to the department. I agree with you on the issue of the transportation of workers in an inhumane manner. It is not on. It is not policy of this department. And any people that see people doing this, they must be taken to task. We cannot accept that. Farm workers are too precious that they must be transported in an inhumane manner. But I want, on the same vein, thank those producers who are doing great work in transporting agri-workers in a very humane manner. And there are many that do that and promote dignity and well-being of the farm workers. The issue of the Farm Worker of the Year, I share your issue. You discuss it with me. I think that HOD can reply to that. Where I am worried is about the percentage of the agricultural land lost to other developments, and you raise now housing, sometimes it's mining and other activities. I think the HOD can reply to that, because my department is also a commenting authority on those particular cases. And every applications, we say no, because my job is to protect agriculture. We don't say proceed. We are here to protect our turf, and our turf is agriculture, but I can make more substantive comments. Honourable Member Sean, yes, I think the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is important. You indicated about the 10 African countries. That's our focus, that's our neighbors. But you also raised the issue of Brazil. I know the committee has also visited Brazil. And funny enough, Honourable Member August, I have received a letter from the South African ambassador in Brazil, writing to me and say there is massive opportunities for agriculture for the Western Cape. So we are busy with that. I have also replied to one of the members of a committee that was in part of that delegation. I believe that is certainly massive opportunities. I have asked my head of the department to look into that and apply his mind and send a delegation of officials to Brazil, together maybe with farmers or something like that. But the principle that Brazil has something to offer, and the South African ambassador advising me after the study visit by this one of these committees, I think is something that we will take up. So thank you for that. Yes, I'm very happy that you eat ostrich, because I see you looking very healthy as a result of that. I like healthy people. I see Honourable Member Marani is also in a good shape. I think I need to follow your example and eat more. But there is an ostrich meat selling place there in Brackenfell called Klinker. I always go there. It's pity that they are always closed around about 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock. Maybe I must encourage them to stay open, and they are closed over weekends. I think it is not doing justice to the ostrich industry. If you want to buy from their ostrich, from that factory, they are closed on a Saturday. But I agree with you that we need to promote it more through Westgrow, our trade and investment agency, and Dr. Ilse can maybe say something more about, because we liaise with Piet Klein from the SA ostrich industry, and from Dr. Francois from the Mostrich. But I think, Chair, as they often say in politics, charity begins at home. I want to make another proposal through the chairperson, that the chairperson ask the parliament, this parliament, to include ostrich meat on the menu of this parliament. So let's start right here, and that will be a firm proposal from me to the committee chair, and training advisories over to Dr. Sepopetse.
Kan ons net van Marang die nekkie hou asseblief?
Thank you, Doctor.
Chair, thank you very much. I'll respond to some and ask Darrell to also come in, and Ilse. But the first question, I think, from Honorable Member August, the question around whether we can tell whether this apple was produced by a black producer or not. I think it's a very important issue. We would want to pull that data and make it available to this committee. But it's also important that this committee assists us to build one agriculture in the Western Cape. So that's what we have been doing over the years. And we would like this committee to support us in terms of that, because if you look at the black producers that are exporting, many of them export jointly with their commercial counterparts. And for us, it's important that we encourage that model, because it goes deep in building one sector. Our commodity approach, which is lauded as a very successful model everywhere in the country, is such that we don't develop new farmers on one hand and have them not have access to their commercial counterparts. So we will provide that, but I think the call I want to make, or the request, is for the committee to also assist us in that particular narrative, building one agricultural sector in the Western Cape. The issue of ostrich, I'm happy to report to you that we have ostrich produced in Swellendam as well as Heidelberg. So it's not only in Oudtshoorn, but it is important that they are closer to the processing facilities. And maybe climate change is going to come in our favor, because maybe some other regions are going to be conducive for the production of ostrich. Because if you follow the trends, we are told that the overback might become the winelands as the climate is shifting. So maybe that it's a positive in one way, that some other areas in the province will begin to produce products that they were not strong at producing. The issue of Brazil, I think Minister responded to that adequately. But for us, it's important that we diversify our export destinations. And that is why we worked on the Africa strategy. Because can you imagine, and you correctly referred to what Europe has done with respect to citrus. Can you imagine what will happen if that becomes the norm going forward? So we do need to diversify our destinations so that our farmers will not only rely on one market. The issues around the citrus production in the last 3 months was a big issue for us and for the citrus industry. So it's important that we look at other opportunities, other destinations for producers to be able to supply their produce. You raised a question also about bursaries. We support 30 young people per annum in a program called UPFIT, Agricultural Partnership for Youth Development, and specifically we target children of farm workers. So for us, that's important that we support those, but also if they're willing to go into academic, improve their qualifications, we also get into that. We are currently doing an evaluation at just looking at tracking the students that have gone through the Elsenburg College, where they are, whether they got jobs in the province or elsewhere in the country, what sort of progress have they made over time. For us, that's important, and that evaluation will tell us as to where these young people have landed over time. And for us, it's important that they are followed up. With respect to the land lost, agricultural land, I'll ask Asia to respond to that. I doubt if we'll have details here, but I do think it's information that we can share with the committee at a later time. It's a big issue for us, and we want to protect agricultural land as a commenting authority. And you will imagine many business people don't like us, particularly developers, because we say we want to protect the agricultural land, and they're seeing an opportunity to develop housing. With respect to the question on prestige workers and whether these colleagues that have won the competition are followed up, Darrell Jacobs will respond to that. But there's one lady in this space that always excites me. Miss Andreas. She won the competition many years ago. And if my information is right, she's busy with a PhD. So this one person that was a farm worker, and it's actually on track to improving her life. And there may be many others. But Darrell will have the details around that. Just an exposure to go to Germany and the Netherlands, just change the way the person looks at themselves. I mean, Miss September, who just came back the other day, you could see, I mean, the level of confidence that this person has, but also the fact that whilst in Germany, she was able to see products of the farm that she worked for. And that's very, very important. And many times, it's for the first time many of these colleagues visit abroad. So it's a big thing for us, but Darrell may have broader details around that. With respect to rural safety, the hotspots and the transporting of agri-workers, I've assigned my DDG to engage with the industry, but also with the Department of Transport and Public Works around the same. That's how important this matter is. And I'm aware that he had been engaging the colleagues to address exactly the same issue. But key for us is that we've got the buy-in from Agri-Western Cape that says if there's any farmer in the province that does not obey the rules, we need to report those farmers to law enforcement agencies, because it's in our it's a collective responsibility that all of us have to ensure that that happens. The issue of climate change, I'll ask Ilse to respond to that. Obviously, our key response plan is our Smart Agri Plan that seeks to support the industry to prepare itself around that. Dr. Msiza, please respond to the abattoirs. How many of them were closed, and so on and so forth in the last year. Asia, please respond very direct on the issue of the canal. I think Honorable Member Maran had actually raised it again, so let us be very direct as to what is happening there. Export market, I responded to that. The Africa strategy, for us, it's a big thing to diversify options that our businesses would have. Honorable Member America, Minister responded to your question, and the issue of rural roads. I think Darrell will pick on that, but it's a big issue for us. But the good thing is, commercial agriculture is willing and able to sponsor some of these roads upgrading, which for us is great. And that conversation with the Department of Transport and Works is to also say where else can the industry plug in to ensure that we're able to do what we need to do. Minister responded to questions raised by Honorable Member Murray. So Darrell, Ilse, and Janinda in that order, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, members, for the questions. So the issue of the state of rural roads, let me start there. And just to confirm that I have facilitated a number of meetings between the Department of Transport and Public Works in terms of the DDG for roads and Agri-Western Cape in terms of identifying exactly which are the really problematic rural roads in this province and to try to secure an agreement and way forward in terms of actual budgeting from the side of Transport and Public Works to try to address some of those roads. So that particular process is currently underway. There have been a number of further engagements between Mr. Len Fourie, the DDG of roads in this province, and our partners at Agri-Western Cape. And we believe with in the next 2 to 3 years, there will be some improvements by way of a committed budget towards addressing some of those issues. But I think as the DDG of roads at DTPW has indicated, some of those roads are the responsibility of the municipalities, and that's exactly why our rural summit with municipalities was so important in terms of making them understand where are the problems and their responsibility as local municipalities to deal with some of those issues. In terms of the rural safety plan, Member Maran, and the issue of unlawful transport of farm workers, there's really three approaches that we as a department have been taking. One is to work with the Department of Transport and Public Works again in terms of the Provincial Traffic Unit on the issue of enforcement. So we, together with DTPW, have co-manned or co-operated at a number of roadblocks to ensure that, and especially within the Dorrance area, that is one of those roadblocks. I'm also aware that Minister, I think it's tomorrow evening, will also be going out to one of those roadblocks, because enforcement is certainly for us a key part of this puzzle. But there are the further aspects of education. And so we have held a number of information sessions with the producers, with Transport and Public Works, with local traffic, to make sure that from an educational side of things, producers are informed as to what their responsibility is and what or how they need to respond on the issue, and to make sure that the workers are being transported safely and responsibly. The third area is one of legislation. And again, we continuously repeat the call for a review of National Transport Regulation 247, because we believe that is where the real challenge is. There is a lacuna in the legislation. We recognize that. And we believe the review of Regulation 247 will help to address this particular gap which exists within the legislation. So we continuously repeat that call. We have engaged Transport and Public Works. They have certainly taken the matter up at a national level, but it is a national legislation that needs to be changed there. And so we are trying to deal with this matter through enforcement, education, as well as legislation. The issues around the prestige workers and the extent that the winners have progressed, our response is a holistic one. So a number of workers were not even permanent, as an example. And by their involvement in the competition, and a simple example is last year's winner. At the time that Audrey September won the competition, she was not permanently employed. Subsequent to that, she has now been permanently employed in the environment. That's just one of the areas. One of the regional winners now has been appointed to a farm in Australia. So it has opened doors, unlocked opportunities. There's a number of other ways that previous winners and participants have progressed, as both the HOD and the Minister have indicated, that what it has done is to build a level of confidence. And certainly for us, also the involvement of the previous winners in the Prestige Agri-Worker Forum, and to effectively become the voice of agri-workers, highlight what are the issues, has also given them enormous confidence. And so the levels of progression of the winners, as I say, I mean, we spoke about Ms. Andreas, from being a farm worker to becoming a councillor, now busy with a PhD. And that's just one of the aspects of how we have seen the actual development of agri-workers over the years. Member August is now not here, but the issues around extent that we take care of or understand the needs of children living on farms. One of the interventions that we have done was the agri-worker household census that was undertaken. And that really gave us a good sense of what are the issues on farms. And out of that process, and it may not be a direct consequence of it, but we have been agitating for quite some time to increase the number of both agricultural schools as well as the number of agricultural subjects in schools, because as what Member August has indicated, that there's a particular need for young people living on farms to be supported in the agricultural space. And the fact that we now, I think, up to about 31 schools in this province that offer agricultural subjects in schools, I think is a clear indication of how the call to increase the number of subjects and to therefore unlock opportunities for children living on farms to be supported in addition to APFID program that the HOD has spoken to. And I think that's for us is certainly the extent that we are busy supporting children that are living on farms. I think the last point I may want to respond to, again, in relation to the graduates, I think the independent evaluation that is currently underway and that the HOD has spoken to is going to give us a real sense of the extent that our training of young people at Elsenburg is actually responding to the need within industry. And so we certainly look forward to the outcome of that independent evaluation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Chairperson, thank you. And just shortly on the Smart Agri Plan, yes, the plan was launched in 2016. Since then, we've been implementing the plan at various levels, from a very scientific level right down to farmer level. And then in 2020, we did an evaluation of the plan as one of the departmental evaluations to determine whether the plan was well developed, but whether there was shortcomings, because the climate change space is changing and one cannot have a plan that was developed and you don't update it. So we had the evaluation done by an external evaluator, and from the evaluation, 7 high-level recommendations emanated. Those were taken up in a management improvement plan. And the most important was to update the climate data, because the plan was developed in the period 2014 to 2016, and we all know that the climate has changed in that period quite dramatically. The data was updated and released earlier this year to all our stakeholders. And what we need to do now is to go back to our different districts and tell them what is on the cards for the future in terms of climate change and how do they have to adapt. What we also did in the meantime, we had a youth summit in July on climate change to also inform youth about climate change, especially youth in agriculture and young researchers. It was such a successful event that we will have it as an annual event every second year at Elsenburg and every other year in a rural area, because the rural young people also have to take climate change mitigation and resilience forward. We're also planning a climate disaster solution summit in 2023 in the West Coast. So from the evaluation and from the plan and its actions, we are filtering the actions into the Western Cape agricultural sector. We have limited capacity, we're working on it. We need to take the whole climate change portfolio forward in a very concise and collective way. And I must say, I think we've been very successful so far. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I think the question that I had to answer, the number of abattoirs that, unless I got it wrong,
please.
And how many, we have, in the province, we have something like 62 registered abattoirs. And out of those, 20 are religious, and about 20, I mean, the overall, we had around 4 of them closed, but not necessarily religious, it's just overall abattoirs. So I hope I answered the question.
Thank you very much, Honourable August. That was just a response to your last question. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you. The question with regards to the canal is
as you rightfully said, 83 to 100 years old. So the canal is way beyond its lifespan of 30 years. And that's why we work in collaboration with the Lower Olifants River Water User Association to identify areas of priority where there might be potential breaks. And in that way, in this plan, last year, financial year, we've contributed 5 million to make sure that those areas are maintained and ensure that there's no breakages taking place. With regards to the water allocation for that's the mandate of water and sanitation, and the agreement that was reached for Treasury to fund that was that 70% of the new water, so the 70 million cubes of water per annum made available, will be allocated to HDI farmers.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sibupetsa. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been going for 2 hours now, and my experience as a former speaker of a town council is that is about the limit that most people can sit still. Nowadays, many of us have watches that even, appeal to us to stand up, stretch your legs, and so on. So I invite you. There should be tea in the lounge just down the passage. Can I ask that we meet again in 15 minutes' time? That would be just after 20 past. Please. Thank you. We've temporarily adjourned. being back. I now put part B of the annual report for consideration and any questions that the honourable members may have. And I first recognise Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. My first question relates to page 62 on the agri-worker household census. I just wanted to understand, in terms of the census, was there any collaboration with Stats SA? And as a result of the census, how has this improved service delivery? And whether, lastly on this question, there are any plans to increase the scope of the census? My second question is, earlier this year, the PDO for Rooibos was signed, and that was absolutely historic, a wonderful moment for the department, I think. I wanted to know if there were any plans for further PDOs to be declared by the department, or anything in the pipeline. Then, anecdotally, we often hear of many South African farmers who are leaving South Africa to go overseas to Canada, to Australia, to farmers. They are incentivized by other governments. I wanted to get an understanding of whether the department sees this as just anecdotal information, whether it is a risk to food security, and whether there is a sufficient skills pipeline to mitigate if it is a risk. Then lastly, this year we have seen, of course, the risk of the citrus stock in South Africa not being bought by the EU due to their own regulations. I wanted to just, in terms of this risk, understand which sub-program is tasked to responding to it, and in the year under review, whether they've had similar issues that they've had to respond to, and how they managed to do so. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Murray. Honourable America.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'd like to extend my congratulations to the department for achieving most of their performance indicators, and in many instances far exceeding those initial indicators. I want to refer to page 77, and that is Program 1, Administration, and it relates to the, as a clearing government, you know, we as far as possible want to assist where we possibly can, and it's heartwarming to know that in terms of the wine tourism industry and the impact that the pandemic had on the hospitality sector, the department extended sort of assistance to many, in fact, over 1,360 employees within that sector with assistance, financial assistance. They in turn support their families, and 12 million rand was extended for that particular purpose. Not 12 million, it's 12 billion rand was 16. I think this is not correct, yeah, in terms of maybe there's a mistake. I'm not so sure if it is 12 billion or 12 million. So, yeah, but that's excellent sort of kind of assistance that was provided for in the form of stipends, probably 12 million. And then on page 79, Chairperson, indicator 1 T 2.11, 2.1.1. The number of agricultural infrastructure that was established, we know that in the previous financial year, 3 were established. There was 0 performance with regard to those 3. And for the past financial year, one was the target and one was achieved. Now, whether that particular one was a legacy project of the previous three that were identified but was not established, and what happened to those three that sort of dragged on from, or that was on our books the previous financial year, and then just below that 2.1.1 is that engineering support activities. Here again, the department exceeded its targets by 80. But the previous financial year, they did not reach the targets. And one could ascribe that to possible impact of the pandemic and whatever the reasons are. So if you want aggregate the 2 financial years, then it's more or less even itself out in terms of the performance over the 2 financial year. And perhaps just a little more information with regard to that, and what kind of support been given to the sector in that regard. And then on the following page 80, Chair, it's the number of hectares of agricultural land rehabilitated. Now, again, if I compare the 2 financial years, the previous financial year, there was a substantial overachievement of achieving that target. This year, there was a substantial underachievement of that target, and the reason for the deviation is stated as more hectares were rehabilitated through our partnerships with WUA and IBIS. So I'm not a new member of the committee. I'm not often so familiar with the abbreviations, but the point is that it's difficult to reconcile the reason with the actual achievement. So more hectares were rehabilitated through our partnerships. So what happened to those 11,860 hectares that were supposed to have been rehabilitated and have not? Is it as a result of whatever reason that may exist? So can you get a little clarity as far as that one is concerned? And then, Chairperson, on page 88, indicate P3.3.1, and the number of community food security projects supported. Again, the department did extremely well there, far exceeded the target. Similarly, with the school food gardens, and P3.3.4, the number of households supported with agricultural food production initiatives. Again, the department did exceedingly well. With that, Chairperson, we know that what particularly in our rural areas, it's a grave concern to all of us, is the lack of food security in our rural areas, and not to downplay the insecurities that urban dwellers experience, but these food gardens and support that is being provided is very often a necessary intervention that is to be made. And from my side, I like to extend my absolute appreciation to the department's efforts to go over and beyond what they initially planned to do. And then on the next page, Chairperson 89, the indicator P3.4.1 is that day-to-day management of provincial state farms with a view towards breaking even. And we know there are 7 state farms, and not all of them are production facilities. There are some research farms as well. But the indicator here states that for current financial year there are 2, and the actual performance is 2. Can we get an indication as to which of those 2 farms were managed to be sort of upgraded to a point where they become self-sustaining? And then in terms of the previous financial year, there's 1. So in relation to the other farms that are not research farms, what are the impediments that still need to be removed to enable those farms to reach a level of activity where the costs meets the income? And Chairperson, I'm going to stop there and so give my other colleagues an opportunity to ask you questions, and I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable America. Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, on page 63, organizational environment. And it reads that during the reporting period, there was a number of changes at the senior management level that led to improved alignment of responsibilities. Chair, what changes are these? Chair, there's not much information in terms of that. Maybe there's more information. Also on page 63, COVID, that basically forced senior management to work from home. Question is whether we are back to normal now. Then, Chair, on page let me quickly go there, Chair. Page 138. Funds are committed to projects. Implementation is in process, Chair. Now in you will see, Chair, on page 138, when it comes to, and that specific speaks about black producers. You will see, Chair, in some cases, the transfer of payments. Some is in full, and there is some that has been partially transferred, and in some, and it says at the end of April, period April 21 till 31st March 2022, and in some said 0, but it also says funds have been committed. Just to check at these states, those funds whether it has been fully, where it says whether it's 0 but said committed, whether it has been in full, Chair, transferred. Chair, those are basically my questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. If I do not see any other hands, can I just, two questions from my side. The first one is, it seems to me as if the land care initiative has been transferred, if I read the annual report correctly, from Casidra back to the department. Can you perhaps just clarify if that is indeed the case and why was that decision taken? And then the second one is on the very important work that our state veterinarians are providing. Now, I know that a number of years ago there was an initiative driven by particularly also Professor Christopher Yun, formerly from the University of Stellenbosch, to have a second training facility for veterinarians established in South Africa. As you know, at that stage, there was only the one, and he thought that the Western Cape would be uniquely situated for such a second training facility, particularly as some of the infrastructure he believed was already on the premises or the campus of the Tygerberg Hospital, where they previously did experiments on animals as well, as a practice which I'm grateful to say I think have been phased out. But perhaps if you could just share with the committee the supply of veterinarians, whether the demand is currently still exceeding the number that's coming. And it seems to me as if the 17 veterinarians that were allocated to the Western Cape was really assisting immensely with some of the outbreaks that we've had of swine fever and some of the threats that we've also had. And perhaps if you wouldn't mind just referring to avian flu, particularly for our members that are interested in ostrich farming. My impression is limitations on the export of raw meat to foreign markets. To what extent do you believe would we be able to curb the presence of avian flu? Thank you.
Chair.
Would you like to add on to that?
No.
Welcome.
One last question. I was struggling to get it, which page, but I got it now, whether I can ask that question, Chair. It's on page 84. Program 3, Agriculture Producer Support in Development, and then there's a sub-program 3.4 that basically speaks to Casidra, and Casidra is here. Support the department with project implementation and state farm management. And I've heard earlier a question to those agricultural research farms. Chair, a question that you have asked, and the response by the MEC is where they are involved state farms. Everything is up and running, and so I just wanted to check because there was a promise made to communities of Duiselsdorp and I think Zoa, how far we are in terms of Vicar in Amalienstein. Chair, because that thing, Chair, for the last 10 years, and I mean, we were there at some states where the department gave further support to Amalienstein. We know the challenges in terms of water, the dam that was built on Vicar, but also Amalienstein, where the community basically, in terms of that agreement, and I think that's the reason why that particular farmer received further support in exchange for water for that community. But I just wanted to check from Casidra how far they are with Vicar and Amalienstein. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Maran. We are going to deal with the annual report of Casidra after this one. So perhaps if you wouldn't mind Casidra responding then, when we have their annual report under consideration.
No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sibupetsa.
Chair, thank you very much, and to the members for the questions. Let me start with the Honourable Mari's question on your good observation on the rooibos. the first of its kind for the African continent. In fact, work has already begun to support the Karoo meat to also get it into the GI space. We will be supporting the Karoo industry, to make those applications and possibly get to the space where rooibos is. So that's really what we are doing. And key to all this is that the industry must take the lead, and we support. That's the lessons we learned with the rooibos GI space. Your question on the foddling or false codling moth, you gave that example in terms of the EU. Biosecurity in general is the responsibility of national government. But as Minister Mayer said earlier on, we don't fold our hands. We get into the space because in the end, it's our customers that are affected. So there's a biosecurity structure that is in existence at the national level. We agitated for a provincial chapter of such a structure, to the extent that I've then assigned Dr. Janinda Msiza, who's part of that team in the province, to ensure that we take these issues head on and ensure that farmers are actually protected from these kind of issues. But what you will not run away from is the fact that with the climate change deepening its impact, there are so many things that are coming into the space all the time. In fact, this year, when the year started, I said to my DDG for Agricultural Research and Regulatory Services that if there's one thing she must make sure she keeps her hand on for the rest of the year, is the whole issue of biosecurity, because I'm concerned about what has been happening. And the chair also raised an issue around the avian flu. Dr. Msiza will respond to that. Honorable Member America, you made a very good observation around the support, and of course it's in line with the values of this government. We are a caring government. We couldn't stand back and watch when our citizens in the wine tourism space were losing their jobs. So that 12 million was made available, and I must agree with you, it's a typo, it's not 12 billion, it's 12 million rands. That was made available to support those 1362 jobs. That's for us very important. With respect to, you raised quite a number of things, indicator 2.1.1, infrastructure establishment, provincial 2.1.1. I want Asia to respond to that. You made an observation on page 80, transversal indicator 2.2.2.1. I must indicate that is not underachievement, actually it's an overachievement. That 11,000 is not less than what we needed to do. It's actually over and above what we wanted to do. So maybe it's the way that is captured. The spacing there may be misleading, but it's overachievement. 3.3.1, in terms of households, I would like Dr. Tlami to respond to that in terms of what we've achieved. Page 89, provincial indicator 3.4.2, those are not research farms. These are state farms. In fact, Honorable Member Maran is on point. It's Amalienstein and Vaikra. Those are the farms that are referred to there, where Casidra is actually assisting with the with the management therein. The reality of the matter, Chair, is that I've been to this committee before, and it will be responsible of me to advise this committee that those farms be transferred and they are not viable. It will be totally responsible to do that, and I have to always advise you correctly. Those farms need a lot of investment, and unless we get that investment to attend to the issues, we will sit here 3-5 years from now with more serious issues than we have now in those two farms. So I'm happy to share the results of where we are with the committee in terms of the studies that were done. But now the issue is we need funding to turn things around. And it's not little money, talk in the tune of 100 millions plus that we need to settle that. Honorable Member Maran, you raised an issue on page 63 in terms of the changes at the senior management level. Indeed, a couple of them. Dr. Ilse Trautmann, seated here, was appointed Deputy Director General, obviously now responsible for 3 other programs. It was the first time that we activated that position. Dr. Tlamin Gwenya moved in also in that financial year. We've just now appointed the Chief Director Rural Development that is starting soon. But so there were those kind of changes at the macro level that we've had to deal with. Your question, are we back to normal? Yes, indeed, we are. 100% at the farm and all our 7 farms and other offices in the province. We've got over 50 offices across the province to service the citizens. On page 138, transfer payments, I would leave that to my CFO to respond to. On the issue of land care being transferred from Casidra to the department, I want the CFO to respond to that. Whether we could have the second training facility for the vets, I would say the time has come as far as I'm concerned. But obviously there's a lot of things that needs to happen to get to that level. And for me, the immediate battle I need to win is that the Elsenburg College need to remain in the province. That's my immediate assignment. And I think the rest will then follow after that. You would know about the risk of Elsenburg being earmarked for transfer to national. We are opposed to that, given what is happening in the province with regards to the college. I think that's that. So I'm going to ask Asia to respond, Flores, and then Dr. Msiza. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With regards to whether the one that was achieved in the financial year under review, no, it's not. We don't have the necessary funding to establish infrastructure from scratch, and we don't build infrastructure from scratch because part of the requirements is that you need to do a close of report as well as a handover certificate. So what we've done is we're basically able to do the same work with the LORWA preventative maintenance and operations. So we've used that project to report on TU2 1.1. With regards to the overachievement of the engineering services projects that we do, that's mostly as a result of the support that we had provided to the Ebenezer farmers in the establishment of their new production and irrigation requirements. Thank you.
Dr. Jin.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I don't know, I'll start with the first one of the veterinary faculty. Yes, it's correct. I think the matter of the second or the alternative training facility has been percolating for some time. And we recall historically, we initially we had one faculty that later on in 1982, a second one, Medunsa, was formed. And later it was amalgamated with the University of Pretoria. Currently we only have one. Although the number has been jacked up from around 100 from University of Pretoria to around, currently I think it's 200, but ultimately at any point in time per year, around 160, 170, we get that output. So in terms of the current supply, we seem to be experiencing a bit of deficiencies in terms of veterinary supply. I mean, every point in time, and even now as I speak, I got the SMS from an SMS as to say, are you available? We need a vet in Hermanas or whatever. So there's always a constant demand for vets. And the issue of the second faculty is currently receiving attention. There's been a questionnaire or a study that the Department of Higher Education have commissioned to check as to whether is it really feasible to have the second faculty? The only problem that the thing seems to be the thinking that the second faculty must be in Pretoria or reignite the old Medunsa, which I think personally the location thereof will be definitely not on. It will be, if we have the second faculty, first options will be Stellenbosch, Pretoria, around the Western Cape, and the alternative will be maybe towards the Eastern Cape. The reasoning here, it was mainly as you correctly have said, there was some facilities that were already partly pre-proposed that it could be used, and fortunately, I did work in some of those Tigerberg ones. So what you said is correct. So, but if we train the new veterinarians, the thing should be, it's not necessarily increasing the current thing. The approach is, well, it needs to be changed, because currently we have a lot of them that concentrate on small animals, and the need is also from production animals, and increasingly we also need to produce more aqua health veterinarians. And Western Cape being placed in between two seas, we are at the best place to benefit from that exercise. And the second one, in terms of the issue of avian influenza, the issue of avian influenza, I think we have been having it for some time, and the challenge per se, avian influenza has been with us for a long time, and I think we just have to make peace that we'll have to find a way to coexist with it. But the challenge has been having low path and high path. And the EU, I mean, actually internationally, but in terms of trade, the moment we pick up a high path, our trade or our export things had been suspended with immediate effect. But then the challenge that we had, some of it which being self-induced, is that we tended to over-diagnose. I mean, when we have a suspect of reaction from our matrix grid or whatever that seems to be indicative of avian influenza, be it low or high path. So if it's high path and we know it's H6 or H1, I mean, those one after typing, then there is no brainer that we do corrective measures. But the challenge being, you find borderline cases, or in some cases you find even some of them that are purely diagnosed on serology. And our national government has been insisting that we classify them as in high path, and that has really caused havoc to our situation, in a sense that things that could have been just handled as a notifiable thing ended up causing our producers marketing opportunities, because the produce have been stopped. But going forward, we have found some understanding that we will only classify high path when the bug has been positively identified, and that can help significantly. And the second one is the issue of the radius. I mean, we have reduced it to 10, instead of that 10 kilometer, that if any farm tests positive within the 10 kilometer radius, any other farms, even if they don't have a single avian influenza reaction stop, now has been reduced to 3 kilometers. So that will help a big time. And Dr. Sbopetsa have also emphasized the biosecurity measure, and that one is receiving full attention, and we ensure that within the operations of the farms is incorporated. And going forward, we hope that will really help the industry, because one of the biggest challenges was that start, stop. So if our things can provide some certainty in their operations, that also will help with their growth prospect. Thank you, Chair. I hope I covered most of the questions.
Thank you so much. I think my response is based on page 88, around the food security. I think it was more of the comment than the question per se, and we really appreciate, that assertion. But maybe just to indicate that you made, a reference to us, having to also focus on the rural areas. So those numbers, actually, we focus throughout, the province. So the Cape Metro is just 40% because of the demand that we are seeing and all that, but all the others is actually distributed, throughout, the provinces, the province. But one thing that I need to indicate is that we don't just, support blindly, but we are actually led by data. So we identify where the hotspots are. We work with the municipalities to really identify where the needy areas are, and we prioritize that. And we have, data to also show where the support has been. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Chair, thank you. The first question by Member Maran in terms of the spending pattern on page 138 and others. This is a result of the 4-tranche process we have. In other words, how we receive our payments from National Treasury. And usually you will find that your last payment is end of January, beginning of February, and your year ends in end of March. So for that reason, we also have put the rider on behind this one, because we have to, that you can't spend all the funds received in 1 year because you didn't receive it in the beginning of the year. And also because agriculture is obviously a biological system, so sometimes you have to wait for certain seasons for things to happen. You will see that on page 142, for instance, we have written there that which will not spent, we expect it to be spent at the end of the next financial year. This is an ongoing thing. It would have been last year, so this year it will be so. This year actually it might be even worse because our first payments we got in August, if I remember correctly. So that's the reason for the not spent and some in full spent. In other words, the full spent was most probably the first and second tranches. After that, you will get a staggered spending. With the Chair's reference to land care transferred from Casidra back to the department, that so much was not a decision. The point is land care is around a 5 million rand grant, which is a manageable amount. However, we also received in excess of 30 million rand a year now because your ecological infrastructure seems to be also or is rated as a high job creator. So in plus the 5 mil, we also got to say a 37 mil this year. So you now in excess of 40 million. So now you start looking at re-looking and how you can use capacity better, etc. So you will also see in this one that we use now the, your water users associations and those institutions that are there in terms of law, that we give some to them to work in their areas. Also, we keep specifically where fencing comes in, we do through our supply chain system because I think we can get economies of scale in terms of if you buy fencing. So it was a practical move, if we can say that there was no specific decision that a principal decision. It was just a reaction to what the realities are at the moment. Thank you, Chair. I hope that answers that. Thanks.
Chair, we are covered, but if you agree, I would ask Dr. Trotsky just to reflect on the Karoo, because you're quite involved in that. Maybe just share some more information.
Chairperson, yes, thank you. Just on the Karoo lamp. This, in my opinion, Karoo lamp is probably one of the most iconic products that we do have in South Africa, and it's ideal GI. One of the challenges with Karoo lamp is the who does it own, to whom does it belong? Who's the custodian? I know the people of Wuppertal talk about rentmeesterskap, the Afrikaans word. So who's the custodian of that? And that has always been a challenge. So we've been supporting for quite some time, and there are some other peoples in the house also involved in the Karoo lamp project. At this stage, Karoo lamp is protected in Europe under the Economic Participation Agreement, but there are certain in-house arrangements that still need to be in place, and there may then also be the opportunity for applying directly to the EU for protection and inclusion in the register. I must just say that the Karoo Lamb Foundation received 130,000 grant from CIRAT in Europe, but the condition is that 10% of those must come from a partner in South Africa. And the department is prepared to put that 10% up over 3 years of the project. So actually, I can actually go on this for the rest of the day, but I don't think the chair will allow me to do that. Thanks.
Chair, thank you very much. The last one is from Gertrude Jacobs on farm worker census. Gertrude.
Thank you, Chair and honourable members. In terms of the agri-worker census, since the start after the events of 2012-13, Stats SA as well as DSD were involved initially in the project, but due to their constraints, they withdrew after 6 months. But they were actively involved in developing and compiling the tools that were used. We then afterwards went and we shared information from the first and the second cycle. So currently we are standing at the second cycle using that information, that data, and then we'll see within the next few years whether, another census will be done. But we did the first baseline of a 3-year period, and then we did a comparative second cycle just to see where we are at. In terms of improved service delivery, I think after the first cycle was completed, we changed how specifically farm worker development, but also rural development program implemented their projects. So focusing on what were the key findings. And so in terms of rural youth unemployment and the poor rural education, those are our kind of key features that we're focusing on. So there were intense data sharing with provincial, local, all spheres of government, but also the private sector. So just to influence the programs, projects that they are doing. And I do have to say, at the moment, it initially started off with us asking them to join our project. So definitely they are also asking us. So it is education, it is CEDAS, it is the local municipalities with their job seekers, and it starts off from writing a CV right up until training, but also ensuring that for the sector, what are the key skills audit that is required, in ensuring that the local academic institutions, FET colleges can do that. So definitely there's been a shift in terms of service delivery and improvement in terms of, more less school leavers, which is, especially in terms of the farm schools, but also in terms of, I want to say, job-ready rural youth in the areas.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that response. Honourable members, are there any follow-up questions on section B from Honourable America?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the response in relation to the engineering support services that were provided, and particular mention was made, support services to the Ibn Hauser land claim beneficiaries. I think that on our oversight visit to that particular project or that beneficiary committee, whatever, they were very lyrical about the support that they get from the Western Cape Agricultural Department. And particular mention was made about Dr. Trotsky, who's 24 hours on call to provide assistance to them. And I think that it is, for us as an oversight a body or committee, it was fairly, and the evidence support that, that it is a direct sort of correlation between what we have witnessed what is being reported and figures don't lie. Thank you, Dr. Trotsky and your support team for providing the community with that support. So, Chairperson, as we were breaking for tea, and we were walking down the passage, and my colleague, Honourable Sean August, made the remark to me that this is a very good department. They are staffed by excellent people, and the evidence supported. So, Chairperson, I would agree with Honourable August that what we have witnessed here is testimony of the hard work that is being done by not only the management teams that sit here, but also the many officials who are not present with us today. So I want to ask the Minister, in terms of the previous sort of communication he had with the committee, is that a desire by the Department of Higher Education to appropriate Elsenburg College under his sort of jurisdiction? What is the status of that sort of hostile attempts at takeover? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Maran, your follow-up.
Yes, Chair, thanks. Follow up on the last question by the Honourable America on the issue of Elsenburg. And if I'm not mistaken, the HUD said that they are opposed to it. I remember, Chair, when I'm not sure whether it was in this year or last year, when we had a discussion around Elsenburg College. We've been told that there is discussions and certain things that needs to be put in place before the handover can take place. Not loud opposing to the handover. So does it mean, Chair, that if the stance is no, that we oppose, does it mean that the discussions that have taken place will not be there anymore? And a clear message that will be saying no, that we are opposing the handover of Elsenburg. I just wanted to be clear on that particular issue. And then, Chair, and you've made a request that we should wait until we deal with Casidra when it comes to those farms, but there was a response by the HOD said that to advise basically this committee for those two farms to be transferred. Transferred to who? HOD. I was saying that there's two communities who've been promised that when those two units is viable, it is sustainable, that it will be handed over. And the message that we are receiving now from the HOD is that it's not. Are we suggesting that we hand over those two units as in its current form to those communities? Or is the HOD suggesting that we hand it over to the National Department? Thanks.
Thank you. That's not what I heard, but we'll give the HOD an opportunity to clarify. Are these the follow-up questions? Thank you. Then over to you, Minister. You again said the political side regarding the transfer, etc.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Chair and Honourable America. Firstly, thank you for those kind words about Dr. Dirk Trotsky. Yes, I think he was very instrumental in the biggest land restitution project in terms of the water irrigation system, which Minister Toko Rediza and I went to launch, but all the credit to him over many years. This is not something that he has done over 1 year, but over multiple years, and obviously, as he will always do, also recognize the contribution of other colleagues in the department, but also the National Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. But he has been very active, instrumental in managing also the community expectations, technical advice, assistance over a long period of time. When one engages with community development, the first law of community development is to establish and institutionalize trust. And I want to confirm, Honourable America, that Dr. Trotsky has the trust of the community and he has built further trust. So I would also like to add my congratulations to him again to this particular great project that he and many others have been involved in. I'm very thankful for the comment from Honourable Member August. I thought those were mentioned in confidence, but I think now it's in the public domain. I comment on it. So Honourable America, when Honourable August talk to you in private, keep it in private. But I think this comment is welcome and appreciated. Honourable Member America and Maran raises now a matter that I did discuss at the previous meeting. And I brought to this meeting, I didn't know this will come up, but I brought the presentation that was given to us by Minister Toko Dedeza and Minister Blayton Simande. There was a MINMAC which I attended on the College of Agriculture transfer to a National Competence and Declaration as Higher Education Colleges. This MINMAC took place on the 9th of September. And this was in line because they need to consult the MECs. I did inform them that writing a letter to me is not consultation. There's a deeper legal interpretation of the word consultation. And they wanted to get the support for the transfer and fast-tracking the process. Now, this matter every year is on the agenda, and every year we are told the 1st of April it will be done. Well, we are now in the 4th year of this not happening because there are clearly some specific recommendations that need to be consulted. So they give the whole big background of why they want to do it. And in September 2020, the National Cabinet approved the transfer of the colleges of agriculture according to their presentation. They then explain the methodology in great detail. And then they say, however, the legislative requirements were not met because I did write them a letter. And in consultation of members of the Executive Council, as per section blah, 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 they had to consult. And there was a specific request I made to them about the process that are not being thoroughly being dealt with in terms of the regulatory framework. There were 6 MECs who currently administer the agricultural colleges, and only 4 of them confirmed and signed the appropriation of funds agreement. I have refused to do so, and so as KZN did not sign the consultation agreement. And it's very interesting, Honourable Member America and the Chair and Maran, that those 4 MECs, we have signed and confirmed the transfer of the agricultural college to the national government. Those 4 were all dysfunctional. So what they do, they give a hospital pass, dysfunctional, they're quite happy to pass it on. KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape have functional, well-run agricultural colleges. And we know by statement of fact and evidence what will happen if this goes to the national government. We will have then 6 dysfunctional agricultural colleges in South Africa, and we cannot. So the meeting then discussed that the transfer was deferred to happen on the 1st of April. I can just mention that the matter was discussed at the Budget Council in 2021. I have liaised with the Minister of Finance in the Western Cape then, to also indicate to the Budget Council in the National Treasury that this is something that we must oppose, and we certainly have opposed it, and it was therefore not taken up. The National Minister of Finance will now table his medium-term budget policy statement on the 26th of this month, October, and I will be looking very closely in terms of what is the medium-term budget policy statement says. because as you know, the medium-term budget policy statement is the policy declaration of the government, and I will be watching that specifically very closely. In terms of this agreement, there's also Section 14 of the Public Service Act that must be consulted with in terms of the transfer of staff within the public service. We need to look at certain delegations, certain political consultation, and in the case of the Western Cape, I approached the Cabinet and I sought a Cabinet mandate, and that mandate that I have received from the Cabinet is to oppose the transfer of this, and that detailed explanation for the reasons in terms of complying with administrative justice of the Constitution, I have put it in writing to the Minister to say I do oppose, and I did indicate it for the record of the MINMEC, I oppose it, but subsequently we wrote a letter indicating the reasons why we oppose it, because we think there are other pragmatic considerations, there are other options that we can facilitate in terms of a memorandum of agreement, either with Stellenbosch or any other higher institution. As you know, the degree program, the B.Agric, as well as the diploma in agriculture are things that we do in collaboration with the University of Stellenbosch. And certainly I have met with the Vice Chancellor of the University of Stellenbosch, as well as with the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences, to say how can we rather get those academic degree programs completely shifting out of Elsenburg Agricultural Training College and get it onto the mainstream of the university. That discussions are still taking place, but I have been advised by the HOD as early as last week that we have that discussions is now taking place for the last 12 months. There's urgency in this matter, and we are also now have signed about 4 or 5 months ago an agreement with the Free State University at Nampo in Botawil. They have, so there is a cooperation agreement with them, and I think we are happily looking beyond Stellenbosch because it cannot take 12 months. Simply, we haven't put that off the table, and that's why we have mandated the DDG, Daryl Jacobs, to look in further developments. But as this committee, I want it to be recorded as a resolution that this government, this cabinet, and this committee is opposed to the transfer of Elsenburg Agricultural Training College to the National Department of Higher Education and to the Department of Dalrat nationally, because I can guarantee you this is going to be a monumental fight, and I want all the support of this committee to join me in this fight, because this is something, if they take over the college, we can just as well close down agriculture in this province, and we must and will refuse to do so, because Elsenburg Agricultural Training College is the oldest agricultural training college on the African continent, dating back from 1898, the year before the start of the Anglo-Boer War. And those of us who know our history will know that this college came through difficult, turbulent times. And turbulent times calls for tough policy and leadership. And both the HOD and myself will now go back to the cabinet and seek a further mandate. But this is something this committee must oppose.
Thank you, and I can see the third Boer War looming. I can see the third Boer War looming.
This is a nuclear war.
Thank you, honourable members. Can we then move on to section D or part D of the annual report?
Chair, there was a response in terms of Vaikra and Amalienstein from the HOD. And I've basically asked for your advice on that response that we have received from the HOD. Because I thought that there will be no response and we will wait for Casidra. But then the HOD respond by saying he advised this committee for those 2 farms to be transferred. And I've asked to who?
Can we then deal with Baikral and Amalienstein now, HOD?
Chair, thank you very much. I guess what I was saying was I've been to this committee, I think, 4 times already on these 2 farms. And I maintain this point that it will be irresponsible of me as the accounting officer to advise that those farms be transferred to the communities in their current form. They're not being transferred to anyone. They are transferred to Vaikral and Amalienstein, the citizens there. But we cannot transfer farms that are not working, because a few years from now, we'll have more issues than we have now. So this committee mandated us that we need to work on what is it that we need to fix those farms so they can be given to the rightful owners, which are those citizens. And I've also appointed a team of specialists in the form of IGR, and they are engaging with those citizens to also assist them in terms of creating a, if you like, a legal entity that will start owning and farming the farm on behalf of the community. And that entity is the entity of the community. So for us, it's important that that is done before we then advise that these farms are transferred in their current form. The farms belong to the citizens, I mean the community. That's basically the point.
Thank you. I trust we will again come back to them when we discuss the annual report of Casida. Can we now have any questions, if there are any, regarding Part D of the annual report of the department? First, Honourable Murray, and then Honourable America.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is with regards to the appointment, and I don't have a page number, apologies, of senior and middle management positions. What percentage or number are hired internally as opposed to externally? And then my second question, and again, apologies, I don't have the page number in front of me, but as it relates to employment equity in senior management, what is being done to increase or support the number of women within senior management positions? If I look at the stats, I see that the total males is 75% and total females is 20%. So I'm interested to know maybe how this is being addressed, how women are being more included, whether there is a skills pipeline in this regard, and what the trajectory is going forward. Thank you.
Honourable America.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question, and it relates to page 187 regarding the total number of employees with disabilities. It's in terms of legislation, I don't think that we comply with legislation as far as that is concerned. And what special efforts are we making to provide an environment or to attract people with different abilities to become part of the department? And also part of the explanation, Chair, is that figure includes permanent staff, temporary staff, or staff that's on contract, and part-time staff. Can we disaggregate that 15, that total, in terms of those sort of categories that you have stated, in terms of how many of those employees are permanent and how many are part-time and how many are on contracts, and when will those contracts come to an end? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. I only got 2 questions, Chair. The one is in page 180, employment and vacancies. The employment and vacancies by salary band as at 31st March 2022, Chair. So just wanted to check whether there's any action being taken to fill the 8 vacant posts for the highly skilled supervision and senior management levels. Then, Chair, on page 183 and 184, resignation. Employment changes, resignation, 38.1% of the total exits. And Chair, 83.3% of those is where they have not given any reason why, Chair. And the age group, if you look at that, then it's young people, it's between the age of 30 and 44. And it basically raised a red flag, Chair. And I'm not sure what the department will do to address that issue. On one of those pages, Chair, I've seen that top management have taken a decision not to give performance bonuses. And that decision was endorsed by Cabinet. Might that be one of the reasons why young people are leaving the department? Because, I mean, if I'm not happy with the decision, I will also just leave without saying anything. So yeah, I'm just asking whether that might be one of the contributing factors, where especially young people who are not part, because top level is your older people normally, and they've now taken a decision that the younger people will not get performance bonuses, and might be one of the reasons why they have decided just to leave without giving any reason. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions online, so over to you. Dr. Shebupeta.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I'll be assisted by my colleague from the CSC. But if I may start with Honorable Maran's question in terms of performance bonuses. That was the decision of the province, but I also believe it's the decision of the country, because we simply cannot afford performance bonuses. In this economic climate, it's a big issue. So as to whether that is one of the reasons why people leave and provide no reasons, you and I can speculate. But and the fact that you say older people are sitting at the top and making decisions, the last time I checked, I thought I was young. And I'm sitting at the top in this department. But I also agree that the economy.
I withdraw that one, Chair.
Yes.
I withdraw.
So we're not able to do that. And I agree with you where people don't provide reasons, and we can't push that. We can't push people to tell us why they leave. There are so many reasons why people leave organizations. But I must just give you assurance that we've got a caring culture at my department. So we do everything we can as part of the values of this Western Cape government to care for people, to deal with people before we deal with the roles they fulfill in the department. We do what we call co-liberate, so we liberate people in that sense. With regards to employment equity and women, before my appointment, there was a 50-50 split in terms of men and women. And I think my appointment just tilted that around, but I'm working very hard together with the team to change that. My DDG is female. My Chief Director of Agriculture, Producer Support and Development is female. And my Chief Director, Rural Development, who's starting in a matter of a week's time, is also a female. So I'm committed to that 50-50 split. And in terms of the genes, I also think we're quite okay. We seem not to be out of what is expected of us. With respect to persons with disability, we're doing what we can with the resources we have to ensure that those people are not unduly discriminated. So we go an extra mile to create an environment that is conducive, supportive, but also protective of people who are differently enabled to be able to function within our department. In fact, Ilse Troutman can give you a long list of what we do, because we've got quite a number of differently abled persons at professional level, and we've had to go an extra mile to ensure that they are enabled to do what they need to do. So can I then hand over to your colleague if there's anything you want to add?
Thank you, Honourable
Member Moran, and through you, Chair. I think of importance is that the HUD has covered the gist of what is, in my view, the question is. However, just on the question of age group, I think the Member Moran has raised a fundamental issue which I think all departments are grappling with. It's that particular age group that are quite mobile, highly educated, young, and it is easily absorbed. And it's not only they're not only absorbed within the outside of the public service, but within other departments also, because of their skills, because of their growth potential, etc. So those are elements which we are also grappling with in terms of, especially in the specialized areas, which we call the occupational specific dispensation. And within the Department of Agriculture, you will find, especially in the specialized technical areas, the scientist areas, those are areas where people actually, once they get the experience, they move very rapidly. Just in terms of the disabilities, my colleagues here, the technical experts, will be able to give you a detailed background in terms of how that composition is. But I think, just to repeat, the HOD has covered that quite adequately. One of the areas that I must also mention in the area of disabilities, and if you look at the nature of agriculture, one must ensure that there is reasonable accommodation, and those particular elements must be considered so that you do not prejudice or actually further disable an individual once they are employed. So it's a fine balance in terms of how you would want to accommodate, and also what the requirements are in terms of the law and in terms of your moral obligation to the individual as itself. So in terms of the performance bonuses, the HOD is absolutely correct. There was a huge pressure from National Treasury for all departments to reconsider and re-look at the cost of employees, and that was one of the areas. So there was a progression over a couple of years in terms of how they implemented the progressive decrease in the allocation until there was a zero implementation. There's also a lot of investigation by the Department of Public Service and Administration currently underway in terms of how to address that particular aspect of how do you reward individuals. So that is ongoing. I don't think my colleagues want to add in terms of statistics, but I don't know whether that is going to assist actually in terms of what you have been asking.
Thank you. Unfortunately, early today when we introduced ourselves, you didn't get an opportunity. I think some of that group was still arriving. Is that Mr. Smith or Mr. Wilson?
Smith.
Smith speaking. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any follow-ups on that from Honorable Moran and then America?
Thanks, Chair. And I understand where it comes from, that at the provincial level and even at the national level, there was a decision that performance bonuses. My question was whether that might be a contributor factor that people are leaving. Whether it's a decision, whether it's a contributing factor. You see, Chair, if you look, for instance, in Gauteng over the last couple of years, you will see that young professionals, highly skilled individuals who based within your city center have moved into your rural areas because they've realized that agriculture is the future. Here we have young people who are leaving the department, looking for other greener pastures. And when I listened to the response, it seemed some out of agriculture. What are the department doing to ensure that those highly skilled individuals, young people, who is the future of agriculture, because agriculture is the future. Even when we spoke about job creation and so forth, that agriculture over the last periods created more jobs than any other sector. And we have also said over the next few years, agriculture will be if we look at Brandvlei Dam, with the rise of the Holsloot Canal, it will open up, I think it's 5,000 hectares of agricultural land, and it will create between 5,000 and 10,000 permanent jobs. The same we have spoken about the Clan William Dam, the opportunities that it will open up. What is the department doing to ensure that we keep those type of skills, if it's highly skilled individuals, young people, because they are the future. They are the senior and top level managements within the next few years, just to stop that bleeding, Chair, that's currently happening within the department.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable America.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. It's laudable what the department is doing to create a conducive and enabling environment for the people with disabilities. But it cannot be, Chairperson, that not a single African male or African female is being employed. I mean, how is that possible, and what are we doing to attract African males and females that are disabled, so that we could make the workplace a representative workplace of all people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Minister, first, and then the HOD.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Honourable Member Maran, because he raises a very important issue that is actually the function of demand and supply. Many years ago, I read a book called Job Shift, and in that book, it makes a very compelling argument that maybe my father and his fathers, they worked for 30, 40 years in one single company. Now, this book, Job Shift, describes the phenomenon that culture of working for one company until you die or get your pension no longer exists in the modern world. People are now dynamic. They work 3, 4 years. They look at the market. They move on. The young, dynamic, the innovative, in areas like cybercrime, innovation, technology applications. So there's a high demand for them. I agree with your sentiment that one must, in any organization, specifically if one of your values is competence and caring, that you must do everything possible to try to create an environment that people want to work and want to stay. But the reality of it is, the global market is changing. Young people are moving at the speed. Nobody is going to work for 30 years and wait for a pension and depression when they leave. Those cultures no longer exist. And I think when I look at the environment in which we create in this department and the skills transfer, when people leave this department, except if they leave, if they're unhappy, but then there's normal HR practices like a exit interview, then you capture that and then you work that into your HR redesign. But most people, if not all of the people who are leaving this department are moving on. There is one now that was a deputy director. He will now be a director. There's no way that I'm going to tell him, please stay here. Obviously, we were strategic. We didn't fill his post immediately because we know sometimes people leave and they're not happy there. And he's a great asset. Keep the back door open. And I'm willing to take that bet and that particular risk because he's a competent black guy. So I think the whole issue of demand and supply is what is the nature of people's personal choices. And about 21 years ago, I got the same question in this house. And I was sitting exactly in that space where you were sitting when I answered that question. And my question 21 years ago in this house was the following. If somebody that was appointed in this government now, through our training and skills, now leave this government for a Gauteng, then I am happy that the investment in the Western Cape is now reaping fruits into Gauteng, because I don't want the Western Cape to succeed alone. I want South Africa to succeed. Well, I went further on. If that person in Gauteng now eventually leave with the skills that initially started in this province, find now its way in Windhoek, then I'm equally happy because that person is now a member of the SADC region. The seed was planted here. If that person now eventually leave that place and ended up in Australia, I'm also happy because the skills and the seeds that were transplanted in this province make now a contribution to the Commonwealth of Independent Nations, and we remember the Commonwealth. If that person eventually move to Vietnam, I'm happy because then it's the member of the non-alignment movement, and South Africa is a member of the non-alignment movement. So I'm equally happy. If that person eventually leave and go into France, well, I'm happy because South Africa is part of the G20. The seed that was planted now here in this province under this leadership that you see here is now making a global continental impact in the G20 in Europe. So I am happy. One thing we must never do, because I was also an HR practitioner, is never keep people hostage in their career scope. But if there are systemic problems, people continuously leaving, high turnover, then I think you have a matter that requires in-depth analysis, and we will be then advised by CSC that the exit interviews suggest there's something systemic. But I can guarantee you that the people who are leaving are making a great contribution elsewhere. And if they leave this province and they go to another province, if they go to Limpopo, I'm happy because Limpopo is the biggest producer of citrus, and South Africa is the second biggest exporter of citrus in the world per volume after Spain. So I think I give you a long answer because I think the message is clear. People globally are becoming more and more competitive, and that's also happening here in the Western Cape. But if there are systemic issues, I will be advised by CSC as to what. But these are excellent managers. They mentor young people. They appointed graduate interns, and under the leadership of these people, I think we can make an impact to improve agricultural landscape in South Africa. One thing that I think we haven't said, some of these problems that we do have here in the water resource management, it's the absolute incompetence and corruption in the Department of Water Affairs as it relates to Clanwilliam Dam. We can sugarcoat everything what we want. The corruption and the mismanagement and the tender system is at the heart and the root of the problems. Let's put that also on the table.
Doctor, would you like to respond?
Chair, I think Minister has covered it all. My CFO just whispered into my ears and he said, but you must also remember this is the third year that government officials have not received salary increases. That may also be affecting people wanting to apply. But also our locality. We are situated at the farm, and if public transport is a problem, particularly your people with disabilities, they can access the farm. But just to assure you, we're doing all we needing to do to accommodate our differently abled persons. We go above and beyond to ensure that they are comfortable as and when they are appointed at our department.
Thank you. Any further questions regarding Part D?
Chair,
Ron and then America.
the MEC quoted from a book, which is not scientific. It's a book where someone wrote and make these suggestions that, and I haven't heard the response from the department. What are they doing to keep these youngsters? And I know that there's competitive markets out there and people wants to leave. And I don't think, MEC, that you try to say that this department is not competitive for people to stay within this department. My question was, what are we doing to keep? Part of what you said, MEC, in your response is biblical. Because the verloren seun die agterdeur was vir hom ook oopgehou deur sy pa. And I like that suggestion that we have to keep the door open. If some of those highly skilled, en altyd sê, mens moet nooit besluit neem as jy kwaad is nie. So when they want to come back, that door is still open there for them. But I haven't heard the answer to my question. What are we doing to keep those youngsters within the department?
Thank you. Honourable America.
Thank you, Chair. I just don't want to harp on this particular question. And I think that the HED is sidestepping my question in a sense that we don't want to come back in a year's time and see this table looks like this and with reference to the locality as an excuse for not, improving on this, because Kayamandi is just down the road. University of Stellenbosch is one of our partners, and certainly, Chair, we can't look at this day and age, look at a table like this, and there's not one single African male or African female on this table, and certainly we can do better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think that's more a statement than a question. But over to you in terms of the question from Honourable America. Are you doing to retain?
Sure, Chair. Thanks very much. I think we can give you a lot of academic answers, but the reality of the matter, and I thought Minister covered it in terms of supply and demand and people applying. All I can tell you is that we're doing what we need to do to recruit differently abled persons. But I also thought my colleague from CSC mentioned the fact that agriculture is a technical science. It's a biological, but also a technical science. So we must be careful as and when we recruit people that we don't further disable them, because it could also become a disaster if somebody who's with hear impairment is to be on the farm where machinery is running the whole day. That could also be a challenge. But I think suffice to say that we note what the member is saying. We'll need to do whatever else we need to do and be very deliberate about it. Honorable Maran, as to what we are doing, we just, I think the culture is right in our organization. And we do what we need to do. We protect people, we mentor people, we coach people, we support people, and we also provide opportunities for people to be trained. You've seen our numbers in terms of the bursaries given not only to outside persons, but also to staff in the department. So that is really what we do. But in the end, Minister had said we cannot stop people from exploring other opportunities, other career choices. And if people leave because they are well trained by this organization, we're excited that the values that they got from here are now lived elsewhere. So, and I guess this will be with us for many, many years to come. More so now that people are extremely mobile, and with the same migration, you can actually be appointed in Gauteng and work from here. So you don't need to go physically to Gauteng province, but you can also work from Wuppertal, actually working for a company in Gauteng or anywhere in the world. So, and I guess what I'm saying is that this is a reality that we are confronted with, and maybe we may have to make peace with it as long as we are assured that the culture is right. Thanks.
Can we therefore then finish with section D? Are you satisfied that we close? There will be an opportunity for resolutions afterwards, which means that we've got probably less than an hour for Casidra. But just before we step completely off the annual report in terms of this section, say thank you very much. What I do pick up is your low vacancy rate, the fact that grievances have all been settled and finalized, and also that there has been some disciplinary action where needed. We sometimes find large government departments where there's zero disciplinary action taken, and I find that sometimes hard to believe. I think it's good to instill discipline in the public service. So congratulations on your performance in that regard. Honourable members, I'm going to propose that we just do a quick leg stretch. I don't know if you would like Casidra's representatives to move perhaps a little bit closer, or whether they would prefer to address us from there. Can I just the 3 minutes just to move the chairs by way of speaking? Thank you. Goodbye, Dankie. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you then the annual report by Casidra. The chair of the Casidra board has just indicated that unfortunately he will have to excuse himself for another appointment, and I've allowed him to excuse himself once he's made a few introductory remarks regarding the year in question. But can I just use the opportunity also to say thank you very much to you and your board members for the time and energy that you put into Casidra. For us, who's also in a governance role, we understand the importance of a board, and going through the board CVs, I can just say from myself that I'm extremely delighted for us in the Western Cape to have board members with that kind of experience and qualifications in terms of their backgrounds. So over to you, Professor Kirsten.
Thank you, Chair, and again, apologies for the in and out, but it's quite enlightening for me to be here this morning to see the members of the committee performing and asking difficult questions. I hope the questions to Casidra will be less difficult. But I also want to acknowledge MEC and the HOD for their leadership in helping Kasidra through the year. And also, as you just mentioned, the board, new composition of the board is our first year that we've now completed, and I can echo your sentiments that it's been real privilege to lead the team and to get guidance from the team in terms of how we improve the efficiency of the operations of Kasidra, how we structure our programming, how do we make sure that our accounting and financials are sustainable. So I want to congratulate the team that has come on board this year for an exceptional work ethic, important contribution to make sure that good governance is maintained. Two of the members are here today with me, Crystal Abdul, which is chair of the Audit and Risk Committee, and Tanda Mutlana, which is leading up our project team. And it's good to see their practical and private sector experience coming into our organization, and I really would like to congratulate them again for their contribution. Our new CEO, Keith du Plessis, is here today. He's joined the organization in June this year. We lost our previous CEO when he went abroad, Stuart Symington, and Keith now has a nice team to work with to take the organization forward and make sure that the expression of the specific activities that we as a board have identified is executed in terms of improving efficiencies, dealing with the financial sustainability, but also deliver on the mandate that the government of the Western Cape has given to Kasidra. So the document is before you, and the team will happily answer the questions that you may have. We're already done with the critical issue or the long dragging issue of the farms, which the member has raised, something that bothers me since I've joined Kasidra, about how you deal with this community conflict and dilemmas that you have with farms that are not feasible, not viable, and on top of that you have conflict arrangements. So this is an issue that bothers us, and we hope that with the support of the department we can get to finality on this matter. But Chair, that's a few introductory remarks, and we can take the report then through the discussion.
Thank you very much. And can I give Dr. du Plessis an opportunity to also make some introductory remarks before we go over to the question and answer session?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honourable members. First of all, I just want to thank the MEC, HOD, and team for the warm welcome that they gave me when I came, and obviously the support that I'm still getting from them. It's been the document before you will show you that it was a tough year last year, but we are sort of full of confidence that this year will be much better. There are certain controls that we need to put in place that are already being established. We're looking at expanding our income streams, looking at talks with different government departments, municipalities, other agencies, and we've already signed MOU with Cape Nature, for example. We've already done work with Garden Route District Municipality, and already in talks with Mossel Bay Municipality, Breeder Valley Municipality, Cape Winelands District Municipality. So we are working on the main things that is currently important for the organization, which is the financial sustainability of the organization. And then obviously things on efficiencies is things that we are currently working on and we're continuously working on. For example, not filling non-critical posts, things like that. So we're working on bare to the bone structures, making sure that we make use of our resources as efficiently as possible. And then obviously the stakeholder relationships, making sure that everything that we do is given to us via the department, and making sure that Western Cape a better place in terms of
Minister, would you like to come in?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much to Kasidra. As you know, the MEC, whoever that is the shareholder of Kasidra, and I have on a regular basis interacted as per the statutory requirements with the board, and my HOD as the accounting officer have regular engagements also with Casidra, and I'm very pleased that I do think we are on a different path in terms of the financial sustainability. There's still a long road to go. And one of the reasons why I'm optimistic about it is because we come from a history now of the last couple of years with different and a disagreement with the Auditor General about transfer payments to Casidra. That provided uncertainty in their governance environment, because one of the principles of good governance is predictability, and there was not that predictability in the systems with a cloud of the Auditor General's findings against. Now that the matter has been resolved through the Supreme Court of Appeal, we are seeing precisely what the Chief Executive Officer said. Nobody wants to sign a MOU or any agreement when there's a big question mark from the Auditor General behind an organization, in this case a 3D company. But now that those matters have been resolved, the AG, as we know, have not appealed the outcome of the Supreme Court of Appeal. We have received then subsequently 5 clean audits, and that maintained the clean audit status of Casidra. It has more than 3 decades of clean audits, the only state-owned company in South Africa, if not on the continent, with such a track record. So I think in that specific space, there are now some growth paths, but obviously, like any organization, you go through a dip. You need to stabilize before the growth path starts, but I think they have now stabilized, and I think we will see some growth in terms of signing MOUs with other institutions in order to alleviate the financial stress that they were under.
Thank you, honourable members. I'm going to put to you the report parts A, B, and D simultaneously. So you're welcome to ask questions on any of those. Please, if possible, indicate the page number that you are referring to. And the first to be recognized is Honourable America.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I must sound aware if you put everything in front of us. Congratulations, Dr. Du Plessis, on your appointment and for you accepting the appointment. And I'm sure with the support that you'll get from the Minister and the HOD, that you will achieve the success that we all desire for all of our employees. Congratulations. Chairperson, page 8. It is stated there that certain capital expenditure projects were discontinued because of budgetary constraints, and specific reference is made to IT systems, upgrade of IT systems, and other development projects. Can you be a bit more specific with regard to the detail around those capital projects that were discontinued? And then further down, Chair, is with regard to the, maybe I'll take it up later. Okay, the opposite side of the page is that you have implemented SMME support and development program for the Garden Road District Municipality with great success. How did you meet the success of those SME projects that you have supported in that particular district? And you made reference that you will have further engagement with other municipalities, and there are 4 more districts. Which other districts have you been engaging, or municipalities, with regard to the development of entrepreneurship? And then, Chair, on page 9, the last paragraph on your left-hand side of the page, before the start of Part A, outlook plans for the future to address financial challenges. Reference there in the last sentence is made to an organizational structure was approved to strengthen capacity to onboard fundraising opportunities. Now, can we have an explanation to understand how the new organizational structure will enable CSIRA to acquire more funding or raise more funds? Then, Chair, on page 12, the organogram of the management team. Now, believe me that I am, no, I'm not going to say that. The management team as it looks, it doesn't look that right. There's just something missing about it. There are too few. There's a gender imbalance, if I put it that way. So, and it's a comment. I'm not going to express myself further on that. Then I'm going to move on to page part B, Chair, and I'm going to have page 16, our Entrepreneur Support Fund. You planning to implement this fund to support micro enterprises across Western Cape, but no funding was received, and therefore the project could not be commenced as planned. How does this entrepreneurship support fund differ from the small business SMME support programs or fund, whatever that may be? Let me just see the SMME support and development program. You say, can't there be some sort of synergy and an alignment between the two funds, and how does it fundamentally differ? Is it directed at different yeah. And then the UIF, Labour Activation Program, you have indicated that after a number of years of waiting, you finally got the approval for the skills development, for your skills development program, but subsequently you decided not to proceed with it because there's a change in terms of the implementation criteria. So initially when you applied for the support, from the UIF, it was indeed for a specific purpose. So discontinuing the implementation after it was sort of granted, did you fund that activation program out of own funding, or did you simply just put it on the back burner and not bother to proceed with it? And then on page 17, Chair, that's your commitment to equity and fairness in the workplace and creating a conducive environment for your employees to be the best they can be. It's applaudable, and that's part of the culture that I witnessed that is trying to be developed throughout the department as well. But the second last paragraph on your left-hand side, Chair, is that in terms of developing that sort of conducive environment for your employees, and we know, but very topical in the public discourse in terms of post-pandemic is employee wellness, and that it impacts in various different ways on different people. And so you have developed a holistic wellness program to support the well-being of your employees and the dignity, of course. So you've launched this ICUS sort of platform that will provide a technological tool to your employees to access to assist them in managing their general wellness state. How effective is it? I mean, I can ask Dr. Google and ask Dr. Google, I'm having a 8-year in my wherever, and I will get. Does it operate on a similar basis? Are there human beings on the other side that the person could eventually then be in touch with if I have a meltdown and I feel overwhelmed and under tremendous stress? Chair, I'm going to stop there. I'll come back to the others if need be.
Thank you so much, and please thank you for also adhering to heeding the limitations that we have. Honourable Murray.
Thank you very much, Chair. My first question relates to page 14. So I note that 67 farmers are supported. I also want to flag, I think there's a bit of a typo here. It says, in the year under review, the program, 67 farmers in total were supported, just to flag in terms of the editing there. But my question on this is, how are the farmers who provide these commodities, wine grapes, table grapes, etc., chosen? And is there any growth in future anticipated for the number of farmers who will be supported? And then also in light of global shortages that we are seeing and the pressure being placed on the farmers in our country, whether we're going to be considering other commodities that we will be supporting. Then on page 17, I thought it was fantastic to see that Casidra is taking wellness so seriously. So I just want to understand, in terms of their related program, how do you tangibly measure employee wellness and the success of the programs being implemented? Page 28, so this related to the rural infrastructure development and poverty alleviation. I wanted to understand here practically, how is the budget spent? I did note an over expenditure of 452 approximately thousand rand. So what is it tangibly investing in, that infrastructure? Because it is a priority for this government. Page 43, so just also speaking to Member America, noting the ICUS app also looks like a fantastic initiative. What I wanted to know is whether the department has found that monitoring the well-being of staff further contributes to productivity. Be interesting if you had any information on that. And then lastly, page 46, reasons for staff leaving. Could the department please, through you, Chair, elaborate on why the dismissal took place? Also, with regards to expiry of contract, I note 4, whether there was any retention or whether some of these staff went on to take other positions in the department. With regards to resignations, this totaling at 55% of staff leaving, what was the predominant cause of these resignations? Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then Honourable August.
Chairperson, thank you. Just a general question. I don't have a specific page to it. I haven't picked it up. Any interaction with regarding to women on farms or assisting women to tap into the farming or the agri sector? 2, I also want to just refer to page 14, that 67 farmers. Who are they? Where are they? What are they doing? Give a little bit of more background or more information if possible. 3 would be the page 15, which is our food gardens. You've said there 1, 2, 3, just there by, just above disaster management funds. A program has gone beyond the call of duty, and you supported nights and working into the night and weekends, 2364 households, food securities, like food gardens. And then also, how did you measure the outcomes? What was your outcome from that gardens? Thank you.
Thank you. And then Honorable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. Also got a couple. Starting on page 7. Chair, the outcome of this session, 6 strategic priorities, Chair. What are those 6 strategic priorities? Then, Chair, on page 8, discontinued key activities. Casrida was awarded the bid in 2021, but due to changes in terms of references by the UFF, was there no alternative source of funding, Chair, that they could find to pursue this particular project? Just wants to get that understanding, Chair. Still on page 8, Chair. Request for rollovers. Now we are dealing with agriculture. And I see the reason why. And an agreement with, in agriculture, if you need to do something today, you can't do it tomorrow. And whether the rollovers don't have an impact on the performance of those farmers in terms of whatever they produce. I just want to understand, Chair, because I don't like the word rollover. Then, Chair, on page 15, Land Reform Advisory Desk. What the reason was given by the coordinator for the resignation. What assistance has been provided by this desk for black farmers or emerging farmers? In what programs are put in place for this desk? Then, Chair, on page 15 again, CASIDA contracted service providers and training services according to the needs. That's further adequate. Just like to understand, Chair, how many service providers and training services exactly were contracted? How many and who were the beneficiaries? If not, don't have the answer now in terms of those beneficiaries, maybe at a later stage to forward to us. And then, Chair, page 26. I want CASIDRA to explain. If you look at that column, and I think somewhere when it comes to the financial part, there's also a comment by the AG's office. Now, if you look at the numbers, Chair, it's outcomes, outputs, indicators, targets, and actual achievements. Specifically at the 2021 year, you will see, Chair, at the bottom, 1,569. And then the year under discussion, you will see they put themselves a target of 1,000. But you will see there was an overachievement of 1,695. And if you look at the last column, the bottom, you will see, Chair, that extra effort was put into completing old projects. Which old projects are they referring to, Chair? Does it mean, Chair, that what's been audited in the previous financial year was not completed? Because they're saying that the 1,695 come from old projects, meaning in the previous financial years. And I think that's the issue that the AG is questioning in terms of their reporting and the figures that he gave through. Does it mean, Chair, if there was an overachievement of 1,695, it comes from the it comes from old projects. There was actually nothing in 2019-20. The overachievement is even more that was been audited. I just want to get an understanding in terms of that. And then, Chair, on page 46, equity target and employment equity status. And if you look, Chair, senior management, they did not even put a 0. When it comes to African, there's a target of 1. And that block of current, there's nothing. Not a 0, not a 1, not a 2. Why is it the case? Chair, to make sure that we achieve those targets that have been set. Not a single African, although there's a target of 1. Chair, and if you look at the middle column, the second one, African, target is 1, current is 0. Females. There's no females. Chair, I wanted to ask, Chair, about the disabled staff, but I've heard the response by the HOD about disabled persons. But here also you will only find 1, Chair, disabled person. And what is disappointing, Chair, is that the target for disabled persons is 0. 0. I'm not sure whether the appointment of that person was a mistake. But the targets, both male and female, is 0. And one would like to understand basically why is that the case. Thanks. Yes. Certainly.
Unfortunately, thank you, Chair. Honourable Moran has asked some of the questions that I was going to ask, so it's going to be more brief than what I anticipated. So, Chair, I'm going to go straight into page 24. It's at the top half of the page, the number of turnaround plans developed. There are 2. There's nothing, an explanation for that is the turnaround plans are delayed due to community engagement activities. Could we identify which of those farms were considered and what kind of community engagements were undertaken that could possibly delay the implementation of the turnaround strategy? And then furthermore, have we considered, the Productivity South Africa as a potential partner with regard to assisting in developing turnaround strategies for organizations or entities that require that kind of assistance? Because you do indicate that you have a funding constraint and that you are challenged by finances. So perhaps, one could access an additional support that may not require additional funding from Productivity South Africa. And then furthermore, Chair, down the bottom part of the page, it's when I looked at these targets and I looked at something doesn't look right, and then I've noticed that that there are demand-driven targets. So if I look at the number of land reform interventions assisted by our aid, and the one below that, number of CPAC and DPAC projects implemented, they are demand-driven targets, but establishing demand-driven targets, so what are we doing from our side to achieve those those targets, even though it is demand driven? Do we go out there and make it available, bring it to the attention of the stakeholders that they could possibly access the service? Then on page 26, Chair, the same sort of notion would apply here in terms of the food projects implemented and household food security projects implemented. I mean, you considered it very well as far as those projects are concerned. It does make a difference where it is implemented, and I want to congratulate Isidra. But then if you look at the number of community and household food security projects implemented from previous financial years, again, extra effort, it is evident that extra effort has been done also to clear the backlog that accumulated as a result of the conditions that existed at the time. And again, Chair, I wish to extend a hearty congratulations to Cedra. But then again, on the following page, on page 26, the number of new projects contracted with government departments and private institutions, the anticipation was that 61 new projects. Now, what those new projects are, I don't know, but only 2 were actually sort of concluded with government departments, and I maybe we can just say which 2 and give us which 2, and then that would suffice. Chair, and then lastly, Chair, on the following page, page 28, the number of loan agreements concluded and signed with beneficiaries. 200 were supposed to sign, 0 were signed. No additional funding could be secured from DDAT. Those loan agreements with the funding that one ought to have sort of procured from DDAT, didn't we make it a strong enough case for accessing, or what's the monetary value of the application to meet that particular target? Because and were there sort of demand from the potential land reform projects, because we know from the department side that they have implemented and provided assistance to many of these projects. Is there perhaps some sort of alignment between what the department is doing and what you're doing? Is it completely different sort of target market that you are looking at? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks so much. Over then to you, Dr. Du Plessis.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the questions. I think I'm going to try and go through it and hand it over to some of my colleagues to answer. I think all the questions concerning the wellness, I'll give to Ms. Loni second, and then the questions relating to the projects to Mr. David Neft, which is our Chief Program Officer, and then all the things related to the funding issues. I will then give to CFO. I think in maybe just as a background, if I can start maybe with the IT systems and the upgrade of systems. I think we have done a study to see what we require to get our systems to be upgraded. And I think we have now again this year put in a request to Treasury to fund that upgrade. Our systems at this stage are a bit outdated. We did upgrade our server earlier this year, but we still see in terms of it giving us the basic information and for the daily running of the business, integrating of information with our financial systems. We do definitely require an update of our systems. Then in terms of the SMME support to the Garden Route District Municipality, we to the tune of 600,000 rand for the delivery of projects to communities in the Garden Route District. We received a very good report from the municipal manager and the executive manager for economic development, and to such an extent that they have now requested that we sign an MOU with him, and we will also now be delivering some more projects for them next year. We are speaking to the Drakensberg municipality, I've mentioned at this stage, and then also we've had talks with the Cape Winelands District Municipality and the Breede Vallei municipality. Mossel Bay has already approached us to do a small project, but we are now in engagement with him to draw up the service level agreement to make sure that obviously we obviously also do get paid when we deliver that work for them. So that is still at their legal. So there is a lot of work now being done with the municipalities. The structure that has been approved, we have put on hold, to include a business development executive with 2 additional program managers underneath. Obviously, we don't have the money to fund that now with all the municipalities and also the other stakeholders. The Entrepreneur Support Fund, how much does it differ from the Small Business Support? Is that the question? The Entrepreneur Support Fund is something that we put in a proposal to. We actually did it before, where we actually finance small businesses that's won a tender, for example, at a municipality, and then they come and they draw some money from us, and we have a license from under the national credit regulator, so we can then give them money, and once they get that tender, they can then pay us back. So it's a revolving fund. So that's why our target at the end is also 200, because it is a revolving fund, and you pay it back and then it immediately becomes available to somebody else. But I think some of the relationships that we had with, for example, the Economic Development Department did I think the MEC mentioned, did take a dip when we had that question mark around the agency principal agreement, and I think that was an issue that then a lot of the departments pulled back, and that was one of the programs that actually then suffered under that. We tried now to again engage DDAT. We had a meeting with him earlier this year, hopefully to David. As I say, wellness will be touched on by Lonice. Then there were questions about how are farmers chosen for the commodities, if I'm not mistaken, and I think again that can be touched on by David. How do we measure wellness? Yeah, that will be Lonice. Yeah, so let me maybe hand over to David to touch on some of those things. So then first David, then Lonice will be following. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Neff.
Chair and honourable members, just in response to the UIF. So yes, we actually submitted a bid to the UIF for the Labour Activation Programme, and the idea was that we then would initially in the tender changed, which meant that the kind of income that Casidra would get wouldn't really cover our cost. And so at that stage, we decided it's not worth our while to actually continue with the UIF, and the challenge was then to actually find alternatives. So we didn't have alternatives in terms of that program. So that was in terms of the UIF, and then how is farmers chosen? In terms of the commodities, so the department is here, so it's through the CPAC processes. So there is this commodity allocation committees, and in that committees, through the district offices in the Department of Agriculture, applications on an annual basis is received. And then this commodity group with industry partners and BE partners then make that decision on who specifically is chosen to receive the funds. Casidra is the secretariat of that committees. And then when that is decided, that goes to national, and a year later the funds flow, and then the project is basically implemented. So there's various other questions, but at this point, let me just rest there first.
Honourable Member, thank you for the question on wellness, which is something that is close to my heart. On the backburn of 2020 with COVID and looking at the mental effects that it had on employees, we launched ICAS. It's a confidential platform, so the employee can access it when he or she is at home. And it's particularly for those people who is not comfortable to speak of their internal issues. It ranges from support on family, finances, etc., and it is also extended to the immediate family members. On a quarterly basis, I'll get a report. It doesn't provide details of who and when, but it gives you the current trends of the nature of advice that was sought. We also launched it to the 2 farms that we manage as well. So to know year to date whether or not it has made a significant impact, I can't say off the backbone of my hand, but I do hope that it made a difference thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Then there was a question on the management, or it's not a question, more of a comment. We do take note of that, and obviously we will address it. And I think I will probably also want to address the. I want to say that is the same for the equity and the disabled people that we currently do employ, and our targets that are 0. I think when we set these targets, I think it's also important to note that we look at budget of. If we cannot appoint new people, then it's basically it's senseless to put in a target. But we do take note that obviously when we do recruit, we will make sure that we look after or make sure that we look for the designated groups to be appointed, if possible, obviously. Then I think Lonice will also touch later maybe on why staff are leaving. But the 6 priorities, I think there was a question on what is the 6 priorities. The 6 priorities currently is that was identified as going to craft a new route for which after which we will follow now in the next few years. 1 is sustainable funding, making sure that we have sustainable funding. Number 2 is to have world-class service delivery. And maybe I'll just touch on that quickly. So when we deliver projects, we want to make sure that when we deliver projects, it's efficient, and obviously we not only reach the target, but we do it efficiently. And for that, we've now already started the program internally where we will upskill our project platforms from Excel to a system called Casper that manages our projects, to Pastel on the financial side. So we want to integrate all those systems so that it actually gives us better business intelligence. If I'm currently asked to give you information, sometimes I need a day to get that information, and I think that is in the times that we're living in, that makes no sense. We need to just upgrade our systems. We want to create a winning culture. I think that is, and then the 5th one is equity in the workplace. So both those 2 are. A lot of it is linked to the culture of the organization, how people are currently experiencing working at Casidra. So I've had my own personal survey that I ran over the first 40, 50 days that I was in office, spoke to every single person in get increases and get bonuses, and so I think we are also at that stage where we also and to that extent our 4 programs will slightly shift a little bit over the next year. We will have within our programs 1 and 2 will only be projects and programs focusing on the Western Cape Department of Agriculture, and everything else will fall under our program 4, which will focus in on other businesses and economic development things. So those are the 6 strategic priorities that was identified from our perspective. Then there was a question on the request for rollovers. I will leave that to Freek. Households, how many service providers and beneficiaries? I don't think we will have that information right now, but I think we will be able to supply that. And then our target for sub-program 3.1 that was set for 1,000. I do agree we could have probably had a higher target, but I think and then also the issue about getting previous year's projects done. Maybe David can also elaborate on that. But because funding sometimes come towards the end of the year, we have a lot of projects that starts, for example, now that will not be able to be finished by the end of this project. Some of those projects, because it's multi-year projects, and our focus now is to get those projects off the system. So we've got a program that we've set in place to make sure that we get all the older projects off the system as soon as possible. Then there was questions on turnaround plans. The community engagement currently happening at Amalingstein and Vaikraal. The department, they've appointed Institute for Justice and Reconciliation to look at social facilitation first. Turnaround strategies has been developed, but it's on hold because there is the community is not in unison in terms of what should happen. And so now there's turnaround plans, but it cannot be implemented before the community has actually bought into to these turnaround plans. In fact, we met with them 2 weeks ago. I actually went down there, and it was on a Sunday meeting 2 weeks ago. The community, I think they are a bit frustrated in terms of how the process is going. The trust, there are 2 trusts, one with the wrong spelling and one with the correct spelling, and these 2 trusts are basically they were battling in terms of who is the actual. But now I think they are coming to a point where they are going to hopefully find some common ground, and then from that point forward onwards, the turnaround strategies can actually only be implemented. But I think there is frustration from the community in terms of getting, and I think, David, if you want to elaborate, you can. Yeah, I've touched on the targets and the disabled staff and turnaround plans. Strategic partners. For the turnaround strategies, yes, that will definitely be considered. Honorable America, we will definitely consider that. Obviously, when we engage the community further after social facilitation, that will definitely be on the cards. Yeah, David, maybe I can hand over to you quickly.
Thank you, Chair. It's just in terms of LRED. So LRED is the land reform desk that was sitting in the Premier's office, and then we had a staff member that actually moved over. In the meantime, that staff member left, and we kept that position, or at least the function, we kept it open and moved it under with this desk that they will get the kind of support and advice, or perhaps possibly where they can access funding. So that's kind of the function of that desk at the moment, and we do put that as part of our marketing and branding out there, so people know. Perhaps we can do more, but at least that's part of what we do when we market what we do in the public domain. So that's in terms of that. I think the CEO already elaborated on previous year projects, and so I don't think there's more to say. But the fact is that funding or approval is received often at the end of a financial year, and that means that work continues. Communities, both in terms of Waikral and Amalienstein, to get community unity, so that we can actually move forward with plans. And at this stage, the risk, if you hand over to the wrong group in that community, you will actually risk the whole process. And so making sure that there's unity in the community, and then deciding on the kind of structure that will exist post handover. And then, and of course, the funding that is required, like the HOD said, there is a lot of funding required. And then, of course, the monitoring post handover will be a critical part of the process to ensure that the farm remains sustainable going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honourable members. I am unfortunately also watching the clock, and I would like to give members of the public, should they wish, an opportunity to also pose their questions. So if you could be succinct, I'll appreciate that, Dr. du Plessis.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was a question, reasons why staff are leaving. Maybe we can.
Yes, Chair. Thank you. The one question was regarding dismissal. That was due to misconduct on one of the farms that we manage. So that was a dismissal. And then in terms of the resignations and expiry of contracts, so we have project staff that we employ for specific projects. So with a specific start and end date, that justifies the expiry of contracts. And then with regards to resignations, there was 2 employees that went abroad, and the rest was also contractual of nature, and they opted for more permanent positions elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That then dealt with the questions from the members. If there's time, I would certainly give you a second opportunity. There was a lady earlier that indicated that she would like to pose questions to the department. I think she unfortunately had to leave then. Good. So then back to you, members. The last round. Honourable Maran.
Thanks, Chair. The UAF. So the understanding now is there was in terms of the agreement with the UAF or the contract, they came up with something else which is different from what's been agreed upon, and therefore you opted out. In saying now that you are rather will look for other options or finance models. These 1,800 youngsters are in between now. I'm not sure whether you have identified these 1,008, not yet, but it means that it might not be possible to basically train these 1,800. Wasn't there a way to engage the Department of Labour to get over whatever stands in the way of training that? Was there engagement on that specific issue that you say that differs from what been discussed? Just wanted to check on that one. Waikral and Amalienstein, and you were here when the HOD responded on that issue, even made suggestions to this committee to consider the transfer of those farms. And he said basically to legal entities that belongs to those communities, and that they basically continue as been promised to them. Now, I remember a year or two back, Chair, when we have made the recommendation, or we have suggested that for those farms to be handed over, the department and Casidra said no. Give us a few more years to see whether we can make those 2 farms successful. Now here's a department that came and say, we rather suggest for those farms to be transferred because there's a number or a lot of challenges. Will that legal entities that belongs to the community face the same challenges that the department is facing now, and will they ever be successful in terms of those farms? I don't know. I want to know whether Casidra is making progress in terms of those two farms, and if, how long will it take basically to hand over those farms to the communities of, I think, Zoa and Duiselsdorp, Chair. And then, Chair, there was a last one, but I can't get to it now, so
Thank you very much.
Leave it there.
Thank you. You've heard the questions. Dr. Du Plessis, are you going to kick the ball for?
Yeah, I'll just.
Yeah, it was just, I've heard the response by the CFO in terms of, I think it's in page 40 or in page 26. Outcomes, outputs, output indicators, targets, and actual achievements when it comes to community, household, and food security. I've heard your response. We will get there. The AG will tell us at the AG's office will tell us at a later stage. Because if you look at 49, and we are not going to deal with that now because it's part of the financial information. The AG said something else there. Your response that we have heard now, and what the AG's office said, saying in page 49. So when we come there, we're going to deal with that issue. There. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And just for the record, it's not the CFO that responded. Yeah, thank you. Is Mr. Neft going to respond?
Yeah, Mr. Neft,
thank you.
In terms of our engagement with the UAF, Honourable Marang, we did send quite a few letters to them, and we actually had a meeting with their provincial coordinator in terms of the changing the terms of reference. So there was definitely engagements with them at that stage. And in terms of Amalian Steyn and Vaikraal, there is a budget, an annual budget that Casidra received to maintain the farms, actually. But to really develop the farms, more funding is required. And so I think that is the key thing. And so at this stage, we are just managing to maintain what is there, and all dependent, of course, on the weather, especially at Vaikraal. We had a few years of drought. At this stage, the dam is 80% full, I think I told you, and there is some economic activity at Vaikraal, and then on Amalian Steyn, we've got the dairy there, and we are selling to Parmalat, so there's some form of income there, but the dairy needs actually either to be grown because it's actually really too small to actually generate enough income, for that farm. So basically, let me leave it there, but I think we are managing the farm and trying to sustain what is there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Obviously, I think there are numerous questions still, but we can probably submit them either as written questions via the minister, or we can also have them as resolutions and perhaps call back the department and or Casidra next year to attend to some of this. So thank you very much again from my side. I don't know, Minister, if you would like to make some brief concluding remarks. Thank you very much. Honourable members, we will remain behind for some resolutions, etc. To our guests, I want to extend an invitation to you. There should be lunch just down the passage. And thank you very much again for coming, for reporting to us, but particularly for the hard work that led to these reports. And we are sure that Casidra, Scopa will be dealing with you this afternoon, but where you have regressed, I believe you will be able to turn it around again. And to Mr. Dr. Sebo Petsa with Mr. Huishamer, congratulations from our side as a committee on the wonderful audit results that you have achieved. Thank you very much. You are welcome to leave because some of you also need to be back by 2 o'clock. And honourable members, I now give you an opportunity. If we could just give them a minute to leave, and then if you could start formulating your resolutions so that we can make it easy for our procedural officer to capture. Thank you. Net so 'n minuut dat hulle net gou uit. Hardloop. Wat van hierdie kant is dalk leer. Gaan waar jy gewoond is. Ek 2 uur, ek het gedink, alhoewel ek sien van ander ministers kom nie terug nie.
Maar ek moes nog half uur op die uur.
Ja.
Terwyl ek is lede op kamer.
Ek het nie gedink. Voorbeeld vir die ander.
Ek kyk net al 'n half uur voor u.
Graag, dankie. Nee, kom nou breek jy al die ding.
Nee, was so.
Nee, ek is seker is nou weer net pet. Dis kan hierdie IC mense kan ook maar niks vertel. Any proposed resolutions? I recognize the Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that we request the Energy Master Plan that the department is working with, as well as an update from the department on the implementation thereof. I would also like to request analysis from the department on their impact assessment of climate change, particularly as it affects Mediterranean climates. I further would like to resolve that we oppose any transfer of Elsenburg to national departments or national entities, given the continued success that we are seeing in Elsenburg. As they say, if something isn't broke, you shouldn't fix it. And then finally, I would also like to request or resolve that Crescedra provides a report on its findings with regards to ICAS, that application, and thereafter, if it's in order with everyone, that we adopt.
Good, thank you very much. It seems to me everybody finds that proposed resolutions acceptable. Any further proposals? Honourable Maran, did indicate?
Yes, Chair, and I asked Sarine earlier just to make a note of that. Climate change and the threat it helps to food security. Maybe to consider, Chair, sending a delegation to Egypt sending a delegation. I'm not sure when will it be, but to consider sending a delegation.
November.
November. That's November. What?
Yeah,
Next month.
Till the 22nd of November.
My visa is reg. That's the one, Chair. The other one is that because it's the season is starting now, maybe to engage the Department of Public Works and Transport in terms of their readiness. Nation 13 that speaks to the transportation of those. Then, Chair, the last one from me, but the HOD, the advice to this committee that we should transfer those two farms, maybe to have an engagement with both the department and Casida at a later stage, because for me it's worrisome when the department is saying I would suggest that you rather transfer it, whilst Casida wants to hold on to that to that farms. I'm not sure for how long. Maybe we should have another round of discussions just to see. But also in the MEC, I'm finished with that one, made a proposal and he also wants to lobby this committee against the transfer of Elsenburg. Oh, you have done that?
That's the one.
Sure. No, then it's covered. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honorable August.
Chairperson, when we went on our site or the visit with the Gauteng, they've mentioned, and this is very interesting to me, is that 10 African countries that they've engaged. We didn't get an opportunity to interrogate that due to time. Can we perhaps ask them to bring a report to the standing committee if it's possible? The second one also
sorry, just clarity on the report from
our
our
report
Department of
so
Agriculture.
that we can engage this 10 African countries, the positives that's coming to South Africa
For
except
marketing
for the Western.
opportunities,
Yes.
export. Okay.
Yes. Then the second one is I'm not too happy with their response that they cannot give us how many black emerging farmers they've supported and assisted over this financial year. They also cannot say to us that selling apples, there's X amount. They just say the quantity of apples that's being exported, but they're not saying where it's coming from. I would like a more detailed conversation and report as to how there is a department doing per industry. We get a lot of rumor where people say in the wine industry, it's only the rich, the Oppenheimers and everybody else that's benefiting from it. Where is the partners where they are supporting emerging farmers to also assist them? So I would like to get a report from the department where that's concerned in each category in terms of the farming industry, whether it's livestock or grapes or citrus or whatever.
Can I propose that we invite them to come and report to us in that regard, rather than just a report? Yes. So that we can engage. And I think Honourable Maran has also in the past alluded in that direction that, you know, he's been asking for figures and so on. Yeah.
Just to latch on his proposal. And I've heard that the HOD have again spoken about the 50 small farmers from small to commercial. He's still speaking about the 50 because initially it was 50. And I remember at some stage they were saying out of that 50, there's I think like 16 who have now qualified, right? And therefore it can't remain 50. Maybe just to ask in terms of that particular, and I think it's a national program, just to get more information how far we are in terms of that 50. Are we done? Are we going to take another 50? Just to give us an update in terms of the 50 and how much have qualified, whether it's all, whether it's 16, whether it's 17. Thanks.
Good. Thank you very much. Honourable America.
Sorry, Chair, that I left this on by accident all the time. Yeah, most of the resolutions, all of it I agree with. Just one that I think would be necessary is the report on our rural roads, with particular reference to our gravel roads, and what interaction the department has with the Department of Transport and Public Works, organized agriculture or unorganized agriculture, and municipalities in our effort to address or to improve our rural roads. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just, in terms of the Vaikraal one, I see that Casidra postponed the development of a turnaround strategy. Now, my impression is this is not the first turnaround that they have planned. So I would like to know, just the history of turnaround strategies. Were there previous ones that were funded by the department? And when last, was the last turnaround strategy, can I call it commissioned or received? So that we just get an indication of that as well. In the National Assembly, I've seen turnaround strategies for South African Airways and for the post office and so on, to the extent that I've laughed at them and said, but you must be spinning. You must be spinning of turnaround strategies, yeah. Honourable, also on Vaikraal or? Yeah, yes, please.
Just on the plan, if we could possibly ask what the punitive measures for not adhering are, so that we can further hold them to account.
Sorry, I'm missing you.
The turnaround plan?
Yes, for those two farms?
Yes. So if they could further account on what the punitive measures are for not adhering to the turnaround plan, that we might be able to escalate from misunderstanding.
Yeah, can I just say, my impression is that the turnaround plan was postponed, the development of that. Yeah. Okay. And obviously now they didn't reach their target. That is, but there's a reason why they say they couldn't, interaction, I think, yeah. I don't know if they're not, were they not citing the drought? No. No, okay.
It was at the time, but the chief financial officer just told, remember there's a dam that is 80%. Yes. So all them, he said it's 80%.
The one with the plastic lining.
Remember they removed the plastic last time we were there. They fixed it. They said that there was 80%.
Okay, good. Okay. Thank you very much, honourable members. Shall we also then just appreciate the fact that I think the Department of Agriculture received an unqualified audit with no findings, but that in the case of Scopa will probably do the same this afternoon, but that in the case of Casidra, there seems to be some work needed for them to lift again back to unqualified with no findings, despite the fact that they've actually had a wonderful record. I think the Minister said probably the entity with the longest, 30 years. Yeah, 30 years. Okay, I don't know. Okay, I thought Casidra wasn't even 30 years old. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Last word from you.
Yes, Chairperson. Just to add on to the previous one of the 10 African countries, can we include Brazil? I don't know when this...
Is it an African country?
Yeah, I'm going to include Brazil because the Minister also spoke about Brazil. I asked him specifically about Brazil. And there's some strategy that they also having discussions with the Brazilian ambassador and blah, blah, blah. So can they bring that as well, man? Just the conversation to put it on the table so that we can understand where they're going to.
Are you happy with that, honourable members? Thank you very much.